Hey Internet, it's me, and him. So as YouTube's premier Mario Kart experts, we wanted to do yet another video. Don't look that up, it's true. We wanted to do another video about Mario Kart. It'll be the last one, I promise. Until they release another Mario Kart or more DLC, we won't talk about it again, I'm sure. But
that's not true.
We'll see. But we decided we wanted to rank every course. The problem is, we have differing opinions on what tracks are the best. So, how this works, what we decided to do is we each went and ranked all of the tracks, 1 through 96, 1 being the best, 96 being the worst. There were no ties, there were no duplicates, everything had to be ranked individually. I ranked mine, he ranked his. We did not see each other's rankings. Actually, after we came up with our lists, we sent them to another person who combined the rankings, put everything together, and gave us our final lists. We are going to go through them as like a surprise to us to see what our combined scores are. For any nerds out there who care how that worked, we added the two numbers together, and then those totals, whatever was the highest, worst track, lowest was the best track. If there was a tie, say you ranked it a 5, I ranked it a 10, and then there's a second track, I ranked 7, you ranked 8. They both got 15 points, but the one with the 5 had a higher individual score, so that one got ranked above. So that's how the scoring worked. We have our final list. We have not looked at them yet. We're going to go through and maybe end our friendship by disagreeing on which tracks are the best or worst. I will say that I think we're going to be similar on some of them. I think at least toward the top and toward the bottom. Like, I think there's certain tracks, like, we both hate Cheeseland. I don't think that one's going to be high.
No, we're going to be close, but I don't think we've ranked more than maybe 2 or 3 tracks in the same spot.
It will be interesting, because when we went through, like, each of the booster pack sets, and we were ranking those 8, we were very similar on a lot of those. Like the E's 8, like, you know, there were a bunch of them where we liked the same ones the best, disliked the certain ones the same amount. So, we've been similar on smaller individual packs, but like the whole 96 overall, it'll be interesting to see. I know as I was going through, like there were a lot where my rankings surprised me. Like once I really sat down to go through the tracks and thought about it, a lot of them were not in the position I would have thought they were.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, because of the nature of it, you can't have ties. There's no like tiers. Everything's 1 through 96. So after you get past the 3 or 4 that you really don't like, it's then kind of surprising to see other ones ranked so low because you think you like them, but at the same time, something has to be number 90. So yeah, it was interesting putting our list together, or at least for me.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And now I know
a lot of revelations about who I am as a person and where I'm going in life, just based on my Mario Kart track rankings. Yeah. Very eye-opening.
And I know you two, you mentioned you had a couple talking points that we should cover before we did this. One of them, and I am curious to think what you think, how many tracks do you think we're going to have ranked the same?
Like I said, 2, maybe 5 at the most. But I'd be leaning more towards like 2 or 3.
This number, like as soon as you asked that question, the number 4 pops in my head immediately. Like, I'm thinking 4. I think there's going to be a solid 4. I don't know why, but 4.
I thought you were going to say a higher number.
No.
Like, I didn't think you were going to go more than like 20. But I thought you were going to say somewhere in the 10 to 20.
No, I think 4 sounded like a good number for the amount of... Because I think the stuff in the middle is up for grabs. Like, I was having a hard time placing it myself. I imagine you had the same issue. So, like, once I got outside of my top 10, or my bottom 5, everything else was up in the air. And, like, I reordered this list more times than I thought I would have needed to. And there's some that, if we hadn't already done this, I would change again. But, yeah, like, the bottom 5, I was pretty sure on. The top 10, I'm pretty sure on. And I know there's a number of tracks that we've played and talked about so many times that I think we're going to score them the same or really close. So, I don't know. I think 4, realistically, we might match on.
Do you think those 4 are going to be in our top 3 or bottom, most likely?
I would think so. I think if we're going to match on anything, it's probably going to be at either end. I think the middle's just going to be a crapshoot.
I don't know. Let me see my list. I think...
Oh, you still have yours on you.
I still have mine on me.
I do not.
I don't think our top 3 is going to match at all. And we're probably going to have one in our bottom 3 that'll match in the bottom 3, but not in the same rank.
Yeah.
Not in the same spot.
Yeah.
So I think we're just going to get lucky somewhere in the middle that we're going to have one or two maybe that'll hit the same spot.
I'll give it some leeway then. I'll say 4 within 2 rankings. So like if I rank it 40 and you rank it 42, that. I don't know. I still think there might be a couple that we just get just dead on. I think they're somewhere on the same boat on. I don't know. Maybe not, but that was the number. As soon as you asked that, immediately I'm like 4. 4 is the answer. I don't know why. That was the number that spoke to me.
So I really wanted to say 0, but I think we're going to just, by chance, we're going to hit like 2 or 3.
Yeah. Oh. Do we want... Well, okay. You did say... I have all the questions in front of me. What do you think is my least favorite Rainbow Road?
The Mario Kart 8 version of Rainbow Road, the techno.
Yeah.
The techno one in space, not the one without the fences everywhere. That's just the but
the space station.
The space station.
Yeah.
One. I think that's going to be your least favorite Rainbow Road.
I think yours is probably the Super Nintendo one, the old with all the 90-degree turns that doesn't have any anti-grav or anything.
Maybe.
I was gonna say I'm not gonna answer your question,
right? It'd be fun to see it. Just answer the question here and then see.
Yeah. And then we had one other question to do before, and then we'll get into it. And by the way, this is going to be a long video. We both know that. You've probably noticed already. I'm going to put chapter markers in the description so you can just jump to the different sections because we have this preamble, and then we're going to have more Q&A, response, reaction things after the fact. So feel free to jump around or watch the whole thing because I would like to get enough views to monetize this channel. So whatever you want to do, do the thing. Okay, so... Do we even want to do the prediction of what are the top and bottom 3?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, like I said, this was hard for me. I think I got your top 2 and bottom 2, but like that third spot with all the booster pack stuff. It got really hard.
The booster pack throws it off because I was trying to think about what your bottom ones would be, and like we both hate Cheeseland. We both hate the Super Nintendo Rainbow Roads. The desert track, I know neither of us really cares about. But I also know you really hate Ninja Hideaway.
Oh, yeah.
So that, I was thinking that might also be your bottom 3. But I wasn't sure, because that's also a recent one. And like the other ones, you hated for a long time, because they've always been there. So I don't know. I have to...
Well, all right, I'll start.
You go first.
I think your top 3, and if I had to rank them in order, your favorite's Excitebike. I think your second favorite is Wario Mountain. And the hard one, there were so many that I had, but I had to kind of stick with Baby Park. But there were so many that I wanted to say, like Yoshi Island or Ninja Hideaway. But I wasn't confident enough to answer them, so I stuck with something that I knew with Baby Park. Like, I know it's going to be near the top. I just don't know if it's going to be in that third spot.
Yeah.
And then for your bottom, I think you hate Yoshi a little bit more. So Yoshi, then Cheeseland, and then I put the Rainbow Road, the Mario Kart 8 Rainbow Road. I don't know. Just for some reason, that one sticks out to me more. Because when you go around that one curve and you always fly off.
Oh yeah, the goddamn corner at the end.
Like I feel like you do. I feel like you do better on the other Rainbow Road, and don't hate it as much because of that. Then you're always running into consistent problems with this version of Rainbow Road.
I'm not going to react or tell you.
I know it's hard.
I know what you're saying.
It's like I want to know, but I don't want to know yet.
Okay, so for yours, oh god, it's a top and bottom. I feel like bottom's easier for you at least. Like, I know you also do not like Cheeseland. I know. I want to say Ninja Hideaway might have made the list somewhere. I think Ninja Hideaway might be in your bottom 3 somewhere. and then Cheeseland. I don't know the order. And then I want to say the Super Nintendo Rainbow Road because I know you hate that one, and you're not the best on that one either. So I want to say that's one of the ones you really dislike. And then the same thing for Ninja Hideaway. I know you always, which I will, to your credit, there are a lot of places to get stuck in that level. Like there's a lot of little pillars and shit you can get caught behind, and it just throws you off. So I think those. I'm not at all confident, but for now, those are the ones I'm going to say are your bottom three. The top is tricky. Oh. I would say Moo Moo Meadows. I know you really like that one, which is fair. It's a really good track. What's the new one with the traffic? Not the highway one. The one... Because there's Moonview Highway. It's not that one.
Oh, you talking about Shroom Ridge?
Yeah. You like a lot of the traffic levels, because I know you like Shroom Ridge. I know you like Moonview, too, actually. And then Toad's Turnpike. Oh, that's probably in your top three. Toad's Turnpike is probably in your top three, because you love that track. So yeah, I'm going to go with that one. Toad's Turnpike, Moo Moo Meadows. I forgot what I had said already. You know what, I'm going to say Baby Park for your third, too. Because you have as much fun at that chaos as I do. That level, I wish it had more laps, but that level with the chaos, just, that always seems to be a fun one. I think you enjoy it as much as I do. So, if it's going to be in the top three, I would imagine it's in your top three.
Interesting.
So yeah, those are my guesses. And then we'll see. So yeah, I guess that's enough of our epilogue.
Is it all of our beforehand?
Yes, everything else is after the fact. So yeah, let's do the thing. Okay. So yeah, Rainbow Road.
Oh wow, you put it 94. All right, so I was wrong. I think if you put that 94 and you only have two others, all right. Well, I screwed up on that question.
So we're almost the same ranking.
Yeah,
It falls in my two.
close, but no cigar.
So then this is your least favorite Rainbow Road.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's beautiful to look at, but why didn't they put some freaking fences on it? At least.
It's
Holy cow! I'm getting.
I don't know what else to say about this one. Mostly because I don't want to say anything about this and then it gives away what other things are. This one's never the most fun Rainbow Road. I will say that. It's, I don't know. Just whenever it comes up, we're always just kind of disappointed. It's whatever track you think is going to be expecting. Because let me throw this out there too, just to qualify ahead of time. When we play Mario Kart, I know we are the experts on YouTube. This is clearly the go-to YouTube channel for all things Mario Kart 8 because we're the best at it. But we don't play like professional Mario Kart players. We never do 200cc. We're not trying to find the perfect line through every track or any of that. We just play to have fun.
We play to destroy the other person.
Yeah, so when we're ranking this, we're ranking it on what's just the most fun for someone just playing couch co-op on 150cc. This is fun factor.
Is that how you ranked it? By order of fun to least fun?
No, what I enjoy the most.
Is it how much of it percentage-wise is the track and how you have to drive on the track?
Well, that weighs into it too,
compared to how fun it is playing against me versus what the track looks like and the music and the theme.
No, that all plays into it. If the track's a nightmare to drive on, then it's not very fun for me, and I'm not having a good time. It's not an enjoyable track. But it'll have bonus points if there's really good theming or really good music, or if there's just some shortcuts that are just an absolute blast to pull off when you do. There's a lot of different factors to it. But yeah, I think, just my overall point is, we're... I showed you, there's another YouTuber who, he did a video ranking every track in the game. But in his video, he's talking about, how faithful of an adaptation it was of, the track from the game and originally... this is from Super Nintendo. So he's this changed some things from the Super Nintendo track or the 64 track or whatever. And like he plays everything on 200cc, so he's talking about how certain corners handle and certain things. And like we've never taken the game to that level. We're not talking about the mechanics of how this one specific corner works at this speed versus this speed. Like this is just an overall what's the most enjoyable or least enjoyable track to play when we're doing two-person competitive Mario Kart on the couch.
I think I ranked it a little bit differently. I think I ranked it mostly by the track itself.
Mm-hmm.
Like I started at the bottom, and this was my least favorite track to play all the time, every time.
Yeah.
And then, like, if I couldn't decide on something, then I would go to how fun it is and what the theme is. So I think for me, I did a lot of, regardless of theme, what track is just not fun to drive on, not good to drive on.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, we'll see how that plays out then. Okay, so anyway, yeah. Number 96 in our ranking, Rainbow Road, Super Nintendo.
Definitely deserves the bottom.
Yeah, not a good track. Okay, so... Okay,
Oh.
there we go. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. We knew this was going to be at the bottom.
Yes.
Like, this is a terrible track. It sucks. Even that shortcut right there that's visible, which neither of us ever gets, it's not a fun track. It's not fun to drive on. It's not, like, technically fun. Like, I don't know. There's nothing enjoyable about this track for me.
It's as much as I like cheese.
No one likes cheese that much.
I like cheese a lot. It's just, I don't know, the potholes are annoying every time. There's so much sand to get stuck on there.
Mm-hmm.
There's one specific spot where I always get stuck on a pillar.
Oh, that fence at the end?
Is it the fence before you, it's like a U-turn fence right before you go over the jump towards that jump?
Oh,
chain
no.
thing?
I'm thinking after the chain jump, you come around that corner, and then when you turn back, there's that fence there and that turn.
There's a lot
I've gotten caught behind that fence multiple times, and it drives me crazy.
Yeah, cool looking track, but it's just so garbage to drive on.
It is, yeah. I never have fun driving on this track. This is another one that every time it comes up, we both are just audibly disappointed.
It deserves a
Like,
spot.
yeah, this is not... That is a very unsurprising ranking. We were pretty close on that one, too.
Yeah.
Now I am starting to wonder if we're going to have any that match exactly, if they're
Right?
all just going to
That's
be
what I'm
one or
saying.
two off. Maybe it is 0. That'll be crazy if we get none. All right, number 94. Yeah. I will say, now that it's up here on the screen, these are the two that I actually last minute wanted to switch, but couldn't because we already turned the numbers in. I would actually put this one below the Super Nintendo one.
Oh, I got the question right.
Yeah, you're actually absolutely
get it.
correct. I didn't rank them that way. I ranked the other one 94 and this one 93, but if I could go back, I would swap them because I thought about it more and I dislike this one more. For exactly the reason you said. Like, this corner at the end makes this whole track not fun for me because that corner sucks and it's not good.
Right.
And Super Nintendo one, as boring as the track is, and it just has those 90-degree corners that are too easy to slip off of, like, I can do better on that track, and it's just shorter, so you just threw it quicker, and I don't know, like, I enjoy that one a tiny amount more than I enjoy this monstrosity.
Like you see, I have it at 91, so there are 5 more
Yeah.
past this. So there are points on this where it's just like, it's fine to drive. It's nothing special. It's nothing memorable.
Mm-hmm.
But I can get through like 70% of it.
Yeah.
But then that other 30%, I'm always
It's that damn
aggravated.
corner.
Yeah, it's
It's
just
the one you
always
can see right here, that corner in that thumbnail, which the people in the video, you're not going to see the thumbnail, you're going to see a video playing. But it's the corner right at the end before the lap turns over. It's stupid and awful, and I hate it.
Yes.
It's a terrible, terrible track. Yeah, kind of disappointed it wasn't lower. I mean, it's in the bottom 3, but... So yeah, so those are our bottom 3. And I'm honestly a little surprised that, I don't know, there's other ones I thought would have been there.
Mm-hmm.
I won't talk about them yet.
Mm-hmm.
We'll keep going.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah. Now I'm wondering how many surprises there are going to be in this list. Okay, so 93.
Oh, wow.
There we go. Dragon Driftway. This...
Beautiful, gorgeous track.
yeah.
But it's just, and I liked it.
That's why I ranked it how I did. I have it as 92. Honestly, if it weren't for the great theming and the music and everything, this would have been lower. I do not like this track. It is not fun to drive. It is just the layout is bad. It's not fun. I do not enjoy driving on this track, but I absolutely love looking at it. It's
Right.
a gorgeous track.
I ranked it a little bit higher because the more we've played it, I've been able to get myself past those spots that I hated before.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still a pain to drive.
Yeah.
It really is.
That's the thing. There are some that, like, I've gotten better at them, but that doesn't make me like them more. Like, I can get through the bad parts quicker, but they're still bad. I still don't enjoy them. And yeah, this one definitely falls in that boat. I do not like this track. It is not a good track. So yeah, that one fits. It's hard to talk about any of these, because there's other tracks that you want to compare them to, but you can't compare them because we don't know where they are yet. Okay, 92. You know what? This makes sense being that far down for you. I know you really don't like this one either.
It's a cool concept. It's fun to see, but again, there are just so many terrible. I don't know. I don't really struggle with it. I can get through it, but it's just annoying.
Mm-hmm.
And I can never hit the shortcuts.
Yeah, those
are
ones
hard
at the
for me.
end are... I finally was able to start getting those, like, recently. But even then, it's like a 50-50 if it's actually going to help or not. Because if you just slide off the side or whatever, then it doesn't matter.
And it's really the first few turns after you start the race
Mm-hmm.
that annoy me the most. Like that long stretch of blue on the outskirt.
Yeah.
That's kind of easy.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm always off in the carpet on this one. In that pink section where you first start out.
Yeah.
And it just bugs me. I thought you were going to have it higher on your list. I'm surprised that it's 85. I thought it might have been in the 60s or 70s for you.
There's a lot of things that are not where I thought they would be. It was really... Like, in my head and in my heart, I thought I knew how much I liked all these tracks. And then when I really had to put each one against the other... Because, like, I had the lists, and I took it out of alphabetical order and started putting it in the order of the ranking I had. So then, as I'm looking at it, like, for each new one that I started to consider, I'm like, okay, do I like it more than this one? And like, okay, I do, but do I like it more than this one above it?
Right.
And, like, after a while, I'm like, wow, some of these are a lot further down than I thought, but everything above it is one I like more, so I don't know. Yeah, this is one of those where I would have thought it would have been higher, but then I just compared to the other tracks, I'm like, it isn't, though.
All right, 91 is going to be Squeaky Clean Bathroom.
If it is, I'm going to be so shocked. Yeah.
Oh, well. 10 points
That makes
away.
sense.
Bone Dry Dunes.
This is the one we never get.
It's rare.
Yeah, we
It's
very
rare.
rarely get this one.
This one always makes me sad, depressed. I don't know how to put it, but like, it's not a bad track to play on, but for some reason the ambience of it,
Yeah.
like it makes me feel like, you know how people get like that winter sadness thing? Like, this makes me feel that.
This is your seasonal depression?
Seasonal
This
depression.
track?
Like, for some reason, it just, like, the track itself is fine, but then there's that, you go over the jump spot, and you're parachuting down, and you go into the cave, and you get to do that big turn. It's like a big sweeping turn. It should be easy for everyone, but it's not. And for some reason, I always go in the sand, and then there's these rocks or whatever, like eggs or something, and I always get stuck behind those, and it takes me forever to get off and out. And it's just...
This one, for me, is just... It's super forgettable. Like, part of it's because we don't get this one often at all. We always play on random. I should have said all this up front instead of putting it in between all the rankings. But, yeah, we always play random, so we never know what tracks we're going to get. And this one just never comes up.
Hardly ever.
So, like, on the few occasions where it does, like, I barely even remember the layout. Like, I know there's that part where the track splits and then comes back and does the thing. And there's the one big piranha plant toward the beginning. But, like, yeah, I don't know. It's just so forgettable.
Well, that's interesting. If it's ranked 80 for you, and, like, my forgettable ones are more mid-tier.
A lot of mine are, too. This one just wasn't as good as some of the other ones that were also kind of generic. This was a little less than generic. Like, this is... The parts of it I do remember, I don't really like. Whereas there are some where I'm like, I don't really remember, but I don't remember disliking it either. They just... It's a track that exists. So yeah, I would put this below generic because it's just I don't know. Like you said, it's just not. You're never excited. Like it's not necessarily terrible, but I'm never like, ooh, yay, this track.
Right.
Which is weird because I think Ribbon Road was below this. But in my head, that reasoning made sense when I was going through this. I spent so much time on this list, just constantly swapping everything around. So I'm not going to question it at this point. Like I just.
So I think for me, all my scores have so far been in the 90s. Or did I have 180 score?
You might have one in the 80s.
One in the 80s?
Although, I will say, so far, we saw 2 of your bottom 3, and I was correct. Because it was the Rainbow Road for Super Nintendo and Cheeseland. So, we haven't seen Ninja Hideaway yet, but if Ninja Hideaway shows up as your third, then I was dead on. So, now I'm hoping I guessed right.
There's one that's not in here that I thought was going to be in there already.
Yeah?
Oh, wow.
Oh.
That's a surprise for me. I didn't think it was going to be this low.
This is another one that's...
We don't get it a lot.
No,
Sky Garden.
Yeah, we don't get this one a lot either. This is one of the newer ones. We also don't get the other Sky Track a lot. But, yeah, this is another one that just kind of... I don't know, there's not a lot to it for me.
Yes.
The shortcut at the end is a bummer. Like, you can never really get it. And then if you do, you just hit the wall on the other side. So it's not... It's never worth even doing. Yeah, I don't know. This one's just not really there for me.
Yeah, it's just an okay track. You know, I don't hate it, but...
Plus, most of it has no walls, so green shells are useless here.
Yeah, there's no walls, and you're always getting stuck in the clouds.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just... It exists.
Yeah.
And we don't get it enough to really... I mean, I remember it, but we don't get it enough for me to care.
Yeah. I remember it more than Bone Dry, but it just... I don't know. Like I said, I can't use green shells because there's no walls to bounce them off. And the shortcut you can never really use. Or at least I've never been able to do it right.
Is that mushroom down in the bottom center a shortcut? Can you go over the wall, hit that, and then just jump to the finish?
No, that's way too far down. That's just background. But yeah, I don't know. This one was never a thing for me. Alright, 89. We're up in the 80s.
Oh, there it is.
There it
Wow.
is. Yeah.
That's your least favorite, huh?
Yeah.
There it is.
It's all the...
So I kind of screwed it up with my score on that one.
All his ridges there. Just those stupid little corners back and forth.
The back of his head.
And then the cave right in the beginning, like even with the waterfall shortcut, which half the time you go off the side of when you land because it's not lined up 100%. This track sucks. It's not... Yoshi as a shape is not a good track. Like, it's just not fun. I don't enjoy this one. It doesn't need to be there.
It's funny because I would have said that before the booster passes.
Mm-hmm.
But now the more that we've played this, the more I enjoy it. Like, it's 66 on my thing. This is...
That is surprisingly high.
This is one of the things that surprised me. I'm like, I kept thinking it was going to be in the bottom tier.
Yeah.
But the more I looked at other tracks, I'm like, you know, I'm getting better at it. It's not that hard anymore. It's just, it kind of it exists.
That's the thing for me. Like, even the last 3 that we just talked about, like I said, I ranked Bone Dry above, like, Sky Garden and Ribbon Road. And, like, in my heart, I want to say, like, no, you know, I'm more emotionally invested in those other ones. I like those ones better. But, I don't know, not really. Like, when I was doing my comparison, I'm just like, the enjoyment that I get out of this track is more than the enjoyment I get out of these ones. So, I can see what you're saying. I still can't believe you ranked it that high, but...
So
66, wow!
So was I right?
So there are 30 tracks you like less.
I was right? You said Cheeseland was 95?
Yeah.
94 for you? Yeah, and I said Rainbow Road, which you admitted would...
Yes, yeah, I would have swapped them.
So I got your bottom 3.
Still have to see if I got yours. We're still missing one. Yeah, I'm surprised to see... So with that 30-point gap, and that's this far down on the list, that means...
I thought my score was going to push it.
That means we're going to be closer for some other ones.
I thought my higher score on that was going to push it a little bit higher.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm
curious to see where it's going to go now.
I didn't think it was going to be your dead last.
I really don't like this one.
I knew it was going to be bottom 3 for you, but I didn't think it was going to be dead last.
Yeah. No, it is. Like, I I do dislike this more than Cheeseland. Cheeseland has some very frustrating parts. Like I said, that one fence that, especially recently, I seem to be getting stuck behind at least one lap every race. But this one, I don't know. It's just not enjoyable. I do not have fun with this track. I'm just playing through it. And this thing, I can usually do okay. Like, I can usually come in first on this. But I'm not enjoying it. I'm just, all right, let's just get through this track. So that's why it's last for me. Because there's no joy there. I'm just doing it to get it over with. Yeah. That's not a surprise, though. Like, even when I was putting on my list, it wasn't super low, but this is another one that I feel like neither of us, we're never excited for it. It's never a great time. Like, there's no parts of this track that I'm really enthused about.
It's grown on me a little bit since.
Really?
Yeah, I think when we did our last ranking, it was a little bit lower.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, it's grown on me. It's an okay track.
Huh.
It's an okay track.
Interesting.
I don't dislike it, but I don't quite like it.
Yeah. I'm curious to see what ones you ranked lower now, because some of the ones I thought you would have had lower, you're having higher up. So now I'm curious to see what is below, like this and Yoshi and some of those other ones. So yeah, I don't really know what to say about this one. It just
Dry desert.
I don't know. We get this one a bunch, and it's just not the best. Like, I know this was one of the ones where that other YouTuber was talking about, like, changes that were made. Like, there's a spot where the tornado from Super Mario Bros. 3 shows up and will, like, throw you around. And the big...
Was this in another game?
Yeah, and the big quicksand area used to be like a Sarlacc pit.
Oh.
And they took the thing out of the middle of it. But, like, we didn't play the other game, so those differences don't matter to me. So this is just, I don't know, the somewhat generic track that I think of it as.
Like, I'm trying to think, are there any other desert ones? I think this might be our highest rated desert track.
Yeah, because the only three would be Cheeseland, Bone Dry, and this.
Oh no, there's another one.
Is there another desert?
Don't think about it, just go to the next one.
Okay. Oh, I know what the other desert is. I love the other desert.
Oh, there it is.
And it is! Ha! Okay. So we both know each other's bottom three. Now it'll be interesting to see the top three.
I'm surprised it's 63 for you. I thought it would have been higher.
You know what? My initial reaction the first time we played this track is I really love this track.
I think you were.
And then
I think for me, thinking about you loved the theme.
I did.
And I thought that was. I thought that was going to be more of a sticking point in your head than just the okayness of driving the track.
That was the thing I do. I absolutely love the theming. You know, anything like traditional, like Japanese, Oriental, like I love that kind of theming. But the more we've played it, the more I'm just like, it's not the most fun to drive though. There are a lot of places where you can get stuck behind things, like behind like a post or a pillar or something.
I don't know that there are any curves in this. It's all corner.
Yeah, everything pretty much is like a 90-degree, except for that stretch, like right at the very end. It's all 90-degree corners. And yeah, it's fun. It's a gorgeous track. I like the alternate paths. You can take the top or the bottom. Like, that's really cool. But just driving-wise, it's not the most fun. There's a lot of sharp corners, a lot of stuff to get stuck on. It's just, I don't know, not the best. So, it's still higher up on my list. Like, it's still very memorable to me, but it's not as good as I initially would have thought. Or probably even as I initially would have put it the first time we played it.
I also like the traditional Japanese aesthetic. I think it might have been ruined for me here because it's a little too busy. Mm-hmm. Like, when I think of traditional Japanese, I'm thinking more like surrounded by the gardens and the Zen peacefulness. This is quite chaotic.
Mm-hmm.
And
the music's very upbeat, too.
Like, maybe if they had more, like, if you're going through, like, I know there's some trees and stuff in there, but you're never really going through a garden.
Yeah. Like a nice rock garden with, like, cherry blossoms and stuff.
I think that counts as one spot where you're going past the Shy Guys. You're kiting
when you're flying up.
I think that counts as a kind of rock garden, but like I said, it's so chaotic.
Yeah.
That the theme didn't really hit home for me, and then add that to the crap corners everywhere. Mm-hmm. And it's just that first corner there where you go over the bridge and you got to take that hard right. Yes. I always go flying past it, and I hit that pillar there and get stuck.
Yeah, the pillar with like the billboards, you get stuck behind that.
Oh, God, I hate this track.
Yeah, it's not surprising that it's in your bottom three. Like I said, that makes sense. There's other ones I would have thought, but then the more I thought, I'm like, no, he really doesn't like this one. So Okay. So, 86. Yeah.
Oh, well. I thought you were going to put that higher.
No.
That's 66 for
This
you.
was never like a favorite. This is just a... This one, I think, kind of falls in the generic range for me. It's there.
I guess that my version of generic is mid tier, like 40s, 50s.
Well, the problem is, in my head, they're all generic, but then when you actually put your list together, it's like, well, I have to rank it somewhere, though. And I think I have too many that qualify as generic, so I think my generic goes from, like, 40 to, like, mid-70. Because there's so many that are just... They're fine. And they all just plop right there in the middle.
All right.
And yeah, this is one of those, like, it's fine. I have nothing against it. There's no parts of it that I think are bad, necessarily, but there's not a whole lot that, like, really sticks out as, oh, man, I can't wait to do that part.
I don't know.
If it was Bowser's Castle from Nintendo 64, this would be a whole different conversation.
It's a cool looking track, but it doesn't really, it just really doesn't do much for me. Like, the only part that I can think of liking is when you're flying out and you land and you do that first turn. That's about it.
Yeah.
That's about it, really. The rest of it is pretty lackluster. And, I wish you could, that's a cool looking castle. I wish you could see it, but you never, the field of view isn't wide enough where you can look up and see it, and it's always so fast that you don't get to appreciate it. So, yeah, it's pretty bottom tier for me.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a little lower in yours than I would have thought, but I can understand it, too. Yeah. This, ugh. I don't like this level. There's that one turn that I know you know one too, where you always fly off. You always go wide because the track's wet, and so you slide more, and you just toward the end, the one with no fence. But even the other turns, like, I don't know. This has a lot of sharp turns, and it feels fast, but it doesn't feel fun. Also, this track just cost me $50 not long ago, so. There was a Mario Kart contest where I work, and the winner got a $100 gift card. Second place got a $50 gift card. And I was set to win, but then this was the final track that came up.
Oh, wow.
And, I never do well on this track, so I did not win. And the other person won, and so I got $50 instead of $100. So, it cost me $50, a stupid track. But, yeah, even without that, I don't know. This was never my favorite. I'm not good at it. It's not super fun for me. And, like, the theming or anything doesn't really push it above either. Like, they're going for, like, that cyberpunk kind of aesthetic with a lot of, like, the neon
Blade
and all
Runner.
that stuff. Yeah, and I don't know. Didn't do anything for me.
Yeah, the theme's fine. It's a pretty technically hard track for the both of us.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's easier now that I can do it better, but we just don't see it enough for me to care.
I'd be okay if we saw this one less. I'm surprised you ranked it as high as you did.
Yeah.
Up in your mid-60s. That's... What did you rank down in your 80s? Because we're not seeing any of them. Oh, yeah, you don't like this one, do you? For me, it's okay. It's... Obviously, you can see my score. It's not amazing, but I like that it's a one-way track. I like those. It's got some decent variety to it. The little, like, the oil fields at the end are kind of fun, but overall, it's a little lackluster. And especially being a one-way track. Like, if one or two of the thirds of the track are kind of boring, it kind of shortchanges the whole experience. Like, the whole first third of it, I'd say, is forgettable. Like, everything on the beach and stuff, it's just kind of there.
It's funny, I remember the beach, and I remember that big jump on Los Angeles Laps, but then there's, like, this whole middle section that I don't remember between then and the oil fields.
Mm-hmm.
And then, are we driving through, like, boardwalks or, like, shop or something at the end? Yeah,
you end going down the boardwalk, because you actually end right where it starts.
Right, it's kind of forgettable. I think I ranked it so low just because it's just kind of boring for a lot of it, but then there are some good parts, like I like going around that lifeguard's turn with and then going over the jumps, and then it gets boring. Then I remember the oil fields, but the oil fields really don't do anything for me. They're just they just exist.
I will say too, I don't think this played into my ranking at all, but I remember mentioning this when we first talked about it. I don't like the name because it's called Los Angeles Laps, and this is the one track that doesn't have laps. It's a one-way track.
That's true. It's a one-way track.
Like, that's a stupid name.
Yeah. Just going for that alliteration.
Yeah, I guess, but it's just, yeah. I don't know. That always bothered me a little bit. I'm like, why would you call it that? All the other city ones are, I mean, they're all dynamic, but they're still laps. Like, you're going through the same checkpoint. This, you're not. You're never going through the same checkpoint. You end where it starts. So there are no laps. It's very dumb. I don't like that. So, 83 is...
Snow Lane.
Yeah. This is like the epitome of generic. This was, even when it came out, I remember we both said that this was just okay.
Blah.
Yeah. I think out of all the DLC tracks, this is the one that we both, like, at the time agreed, like, this is the lowest. Like, it's just...
Well, we said it was neutral. It wasn't bad. It was
just all the other DLC tracks were more memorable or fun to drive on. They stuck out for one reason or another. Even Ninja Hideaway that you didn't like, it still at least stuck out. It made more of an impression. And this was just fine. It's a track that you drive on, but
right.
It doesn't stick out. It's not memorable. It's just there.
I think the more we've played it, the more it's gone up.
Yeah.
I appreciate it a little bit more. But it's still, it's still just mid-tier.
Yeah. Plus, most of the other water tracks you can drive in the water, and this doesn't have any of that. It's there under the ice, but if you fall in, it's out of bounds.
Right. Yep, Snowland.
Yeah. Okay, only a couple left in our 80s. Let's see.
Electrodo!
Yeah.
I was wondering where this was going to be for you. I wasn't sure.
You know, I like the theming. It's fun enough, but it's not the most memorable. Like, some of the tracks, as I was going through my list, I actually had to break out the game and just play real quick to remember it. And this was one of those, because I just genuinely, on the spot, I could not describe the track layout. Like, very little of it sticks out to me.
Yeah, there are points that I can remember, but overall...
like, there's the corner at the end where the track lights up underneath you and makes the electronic sound. I remember that. And then the little jump where you land on, like, the thing and there's the dance party on the side. I remember that. But for the most part, this one does not stick out. Like, I don't know the layout. I don't remember much of the track. I remember it's fine. I don't dislike it, but it's not... Like, there's some where we could probably describe the whole layout of the track for somebody if they asked us to. This is not one of those. So, yeah.
Yep.
That fits.
Yeah, same for me.
I would put that in the 80s. That makes sense.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. A lot of the city courses were a struggle for me. I think because they're newer, but also because, like...
A lot of samey.
Yeah. Like, there's a lot, I'm like, I don't know where to put any of these. Like, a lot of them I had to go and play again just to even remember to make them distinct from each other, because some of them blur together in my head.
At first, this was going to be lower, but the more we played it, the more I was like, yeah, okay, it's fine. You know, at the time, it might have been my least favorite city track, but I think it's grown on me a little bit more. So now it's a fun.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say fun. It's just okay. And it's, but it's a little too samey from all the other city ones.
I want to put this qualifier out there now. Aside from, like, the bottom 4 tracks, all the rest are fun.
Yeah.
Like, they're all good. We have fun on them. They're not bad tracks. Like,
once we get out of our 90s rank,
yeah,
it's all mid-tier until we get to our top 10.
So, like, we're saying that they're same or that they're generic or whatever, but they're still fun. There's not only 10 tracks that we enjoy racing on. Like, the vast majority of tracks in this game are fun.
Yes. It's
just compared to the other tracks, they're not as fun or as memorable.
Right.
But
I was surprised when I put this at, like I said, 60.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be lower, but we've played it a few times more recently, and it's kind of it's jumped up there. It's grown on me.
All right. Well, then let's look at number 80 to finish out our 80s, obviously. Yeah.
Oh well, yeah, you put this way lower than I did.
I did.
I knew you didn't like it, but I didn't think it was going to be like in your 90s.
I don't necessarily dislike it either. It's just, I don't know. Of all
It's
the ones that I
pretty generic
prefer to
and
play, this
it's
is not there.
For you, it's generic and flat and doesn't do much.
Yeah. I think a lot of it is that. It's just, they didn't add any extra dimensions to it. Like, for some of the Super Nintendo tracks, they added more dimensions and just did more to make it feel alive. And this one just doesn't have that. It's very flat. There's not a lot going on. There's the one corner with mud. But other than that, there's not even a lot of environmental stuff going on. Like, it's just... nothing's really happening in this track.
Yeah, Donut Plains 3 is... There are some sticky spots where I kind of get annoyed.
Mm-hmm.
But I like the look of it. It's fun to drive.
Yeah. I like...
And I like that there's, like, corners and curves
Mm-hmm.
of all... it works for me.
I will say, like, the wooden bridges and the darker color grass and the water, it's like a very good color palette. It's pleasing to look at, but just, I don't know. Overall, this one doesn't really do a lot for me. This is another one, I'm just kind of driving on it to get through it. Yeah. So that's our 80s. We are 16 down already. There's some that I thought would have been lower overall. So I'm already, I'm less confident we're going to have 4 that match. Like, as we're going on, I don't know. There's a lot of surprises here, and there's a lot of stuff I thought we would have seen already that we didn't. 79, Amsterdam.
So you like Amsterdam Drift a little bit more than I do.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be a theme for a lot of the city levels. Aside from maybe 1 or 2, like we said about New York, I think they're just very there. Like, they exist, they're fine, but a lot of them, at least in my head when I was doing my list, a lot of them felt like they just kind of blended together. They didn't stick out a super lot. I don't know.
Like, this one is ruined for me a little bit because of the underwater parts.
Mm-hmm.
It's so long and so boring, and it doesn't really do much.
Yeah.
So that kind of took away. So it gave it a lower. I think it gave it a little bit lower score than New York.
For me, I think the most boring part of this one is when you're going through the flower field. There's just like a couple corners, but like there's nothing. There's no environment there. The corner, they're not corners, they're curves. So it's not. There's nothing technically interesting, and even the scenery, it's just the flowers. So like, there's nothing. So there's that good patch of the track where nothing's happening. I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's an okay track.
Yeah.
Nothing memorable.
Yeah. And again, like I said, all these tracks are fine. They're fun. We enjoy playing on them. It's just they're not as good as other tracks.
Right.
Okay.
You ruined that one. You should have scored that way lower.
I don't dislike this one as much as you do. I don't know. For me, it's fine. Like, I like the little jump area that's right there in the thumbnail. All the little bunny hops there. I've gotten hit by that spinning flame things
more times
than I'd like, but I don't dislike it.
It's
It's at least more memorable than a lot of the other tracks.
It's really Wario Stadium where you go up on that Z-shaped grate.
Oh, the vertical there?
Yeah, that just bugs me so freaking much.
I have flown
every
off the top
time.
of that vertical.
Like the rest
more
of the
times
track
than
is
I'd like.
the rest of the track is fine. I'm not the best at it, so I'm still working on getting it.
Mhm.
But that metal grate Z
Yeah.
grab section is just so garbage, and it makes me hate the track more than I should based on the rest of it. Plus, it's not like the N64 version, which was so much better.
That I would like to have that track where it was just like the indoor motocross track. There's a lot of like everything was packed together in that one arena, so there was a lot of doubling back and really I really enjoyed that track, even without the shortcut where you can jump over the wall and skip half of it. Like, I would love to have that one back.
Yeah.
That is a much better track than this one. Definitely agree with that. But yeah, I don't dislike this one. I feel like there's a lot of fun parts. The vertical I've flown off of a bunch of times too, but I don't hate it. It's just I had to learn to start the turn early and whatever. And for me, it just felt like, all right, this is a good challenge. Just figure out how to time this right. But it didn't turn me off from it. Whereas there's stuff like Yoshi where it's just there's too many shitty turns that I just don't enjoy this track. So for me, this one's fine. That is a big gap though. 42-point difference.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 77. Let's go.
Bangkok Rush.
Yeah. Apparently, I like this one a lot better than you do.
I think this might have been my least favorite tour track, if I remember.
It's
correctly.
funny too because, like I said, I replayed all the city tracks, so there was a reason I ranked it as high as I did.
Yes, this is my least favorite of all the tour
I could not
tracks.
tell you right now what that reason is. Because it's already kind of disappeared into just the vague area of tour tracks.
I remember this track. Like,
is this the one with the shortcut
you
with the
go,
highway?
You go
up
through
the
you
stairs?
go through the boats, and
Yep.
yeah, you go over the market, and I think there's the subway stairs in this.
Yeah, yeah.
one.
I think a lot of that. It's like the I like some of the variety. Like you can either go through the market or ride on top of the tents, and then the little subway shortcut at the end where you get to the elevated platform and you go through there. Like I like that there's the alternate paths. Overall, it's still a bit generic. Like I don't remember most of the track. It's a lot of the tour tracks really kind of are. But yeah, I don't dislike this one. Like there's no parts that I think of as hard or not fun.
Right. Yeah. For me, in the 85, I don't dislike it, but if I never played it again, I wouldn't be sad.
Yeah. I get what you mean. I just wouldn't rank this as that. Like there are other ones, like Bone Dry is one of those where like it's fine, but if we never saw it again, completely okay with that too. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think this one I probably would have started off lower. I think when we first got this one, I probably liked it a little less. But I think this is one that's grown on me more and more. I don't know. I have more fun with it. Like at the beginning when you launch and instead of going through the ice cream now, I skip around it because that seems to be a little faster. And like I've learned that railing there, because you're in anti-grav mode that whole time, so when you hit the railing, you get a boost from each of the support posts. And I don't know. I think it's just kind of growing on me. It's getting a little more fun. I like at the end there where when you do like the jumps and you're falling, it's a little more floaty, so you have more time to course correct. Because when the track splits out, it's easy to not be to either side and miss it. But yeah, I think it's fine.
Yeah, it's okay. The theme doesn't do much for me.
No, the theming doesn't really stick out. Like it's there, but I mean, we already have another track that does basically the same theme, and I think that one's more memorable.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah, I can agree with the random noises that you made. 75.
Dolphin Shoals.
There we
There
go.
it is. Oh wow, you ranked that way higher than
I honestly,
You
you know
should've.
what? We get this one all the time. We always joke about how the required tracks for us to play in a random are this and the airport. And I mean, it's true, we did get them pretty much every race. Like, we see them all the time. But I don't dislike this track, though. Like, I really don't. The part, you get the part where you have to hit all the pipes and bounce along, and then you ride along the eel, and it's really fun to keep jumping over his spine and doing tricks to get little boosts. I like the shortcut when you're in that pipe cave. You can go off to the right. Even a little bit here where you can jump and go through the thing and get little boosts. Like, I don't know. I don't dislike this one.
I think it's just because we got it so much that I put it so low. Like, yeah, it's fine. It's an okay track, but again, if we never, like, I ranked it one higher than Bangkok Rush.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, whatever. We just see it too dang much.
We do.
But if I never saw it again, I still wouldn't be sad.
Yeah, we do get this one a lot, I will say. Because, again, we always play on random, so we don't pick tracks. They just show up. And this is one, like we said, this and Sunshine Airport would always show up. Even if we only did 8 tracks on random, those two would still pop up. So, yeah, we have gotten it a lot. But I don't know, I enjoy it. It's still a fine track. Every time it comes up, like, all right, let's do this track then.
Super Bell Subway. Yeah.
This one, for the longest time, I did not like. And then it was seriously, like, recently, like the last 2 or 3 times we played, that we got this each time. And it just started to click for me. Like, suddenly I could get through the subway without hitting every freaking train. And then there's the spots where you can, go up the sides to the little shortcut thing, and there's, like, boosts and items. And you can drive on top of the subway trains, which I did not know because I was too busy running into them. But, yeah, I don't know. Once this track just started to click for me, I'm like, I don't dislike this. Like, it's not that bad. I was just always bad at it.
I think I'm the opposite, where it started out as something I liked,
Mm-hmm.
and the more we play it, the more it's gotten boring.
Yeah.
But it's still fine.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing special to say, really.
I would be curious if, tangent here, but, a new Mario Kart is probably happening sooner rather than later. It sounds like a new Switch is happening this year, so we might get a new Mario Kart this Christmas season. And if that happens, I'll be curious to see how many old tracks they bring forward and which ones they'll be. Like, I wonder if we're going to get any of the Mario Kart 8 tracks, or especially with how big the game is now, and like with this DLC that expanded as much as it did, I wonder if, like, behind the scenes at Nintendo, while they were adapting the tracks for this game, they were also adapting them to plug into the new one. And so if it's going to launch with, 90 plus tracks and just have them there too, or if we have to start over and then these all become legacy tracks. Like, it'd be interesting to see, just because you said, like, the more you play it, the more you kind of don't care about it. So I'm wondering, with this new game, we'll have some new tracks, but I wonder how many legacy tracks there will be. And if there aren't any, if they get introduced as DLC later, will it be excitement, or will it be like, oh, now I'm playing this track again? Like, if we went back to, all of a sudden they introduced Cheeseland and Subway and Dolphin Shoals and the airport and whatever, and those all become DLC, so we don't play them for a year and then they pop up. Will it be exciting to play them again, or will it be like, I've played this track so much?
At this point right now, like, I wouldn't miss this track, but I wouldn't say I wouldn't want to ever play it again.
Mm-hmm. Well then, like, one you dislike, like TikTok Clock, which I'm surprised we haven't seen yet, but I know you don't really like that one. So, like, if that one became Legacy DLC, would you be like, okay, cool, I'm excited to have this back? Or would it be like, I didn't really miss this?
Yeah, I wouldn't be sad if I never played TikTok again.
Yeah. I don't know, I'm just saying, I'm
And I
curious
don't
about
like
the
that we haven't
direction
seen
of
that
it.
one on here yet. You've ruined that ranking for me.
I'm noticing we're having a lot with like 20 or more gaps, so we have wildly different lists. I knew it was going to be the middle, though, which for me, by the way, the middle is everything from like 25 to 70. So middle's a misnomer here. Ooh, you like this one way more than I do.
I mean, this is the OG Rainbow Road for
It
me.
is. They made a lot of changes, though, I will say. Like, this version is not the same as the one actually on Nintendo 64.
I don't remember playing this one in N64.
The one thing I remember is that first hill, like right when you come out of the gate, you drop. Like, the drop that we like in Koopa Cape? It's that. And so I was disappointed right away the first time I played it, and it didn't have that initial drop, because I loved that. Like, you could actually hop at the top and stay airborne the entire way down because the track was so steep. It was cool, and they took that out, and I was very disappointed that they took it out. But otherwise, the track's fine.
Yeah.
Like, I like the scenery below. You can see the whole city and the fireworks show and everything. That's really cool. And the flying Polar Express next to it is fine. But just driving the track is just okay. It's just there.
Well, you notice this is my 48th. This is like the bottom of the top
Yeah.
half of the list for
Yeah.
me. So, yeah, I mean, this is what classic Mario Kart's all about.
Mm-hmm.
Classic Mario Kart 8, I should say.
Yeah.
Like, I don't remember this being in N64.
Mm-hmm. I did.
But
I've not played most of the Mario Karts, but the ones I have played are the Super Nintendo one, which back at the time I'm like, this game's not that fun. And then the Nintendo 64 one, which I'm like, okay, I was wrong. Mario Kart's amazing. And then Mario Kart 8. So all the 64 tracks are the ones where I can really like make that comparison. Like, how does this hold up to the first one? I just feel like this one was changed a lot, and I like the scenery. That's an improvement. The track looks gorgeous, but as far as playing it, I don't know if it hits right for me.
yeah, it really doesn't do much. Like, there's a lot of long stretches,
Mm-hmm.
big sweeping turns. Like, there's not a lot of fencing, but
Yeah.
you really don't need it. But I don't know, something about this just feels classic to me, and it feels fun, and
I mean, it
I
is
enjoy
one
it.
of the
I enjoy it a
original
lot.
designs. Like, this track's been around forever as far as the franchise goes. So
I know you didn't care. I know you didn't care for it as much as I do.
Mm-hmm. I still, if we're gonna get a track from '64, it needs to be Bowser's Castle. That spiral staircase at the end, and the thwomps that move, and just the laser statues. Like, I love Bowser's Castle in '64. I want that track. That, and I want Yoshi Valley to actually not tell you what position you're in. I hate that they changed that. I think it was better when you didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the two that I would really like to see. Okay, we're getting higher up now. 72. There it is. It's the other one that we always get.
Put things way too high.
No, this one I like. Like, I actively enjoy this
Do you?
track. I really do. I think it's fun.
I think it's fine.
I like going through the planes at the beginning, you know, getting up on the wing and then cutting through and jumping over the little baggage cart there. I like when you're in the airborne part and you go under the plane. Like, I like at the very end, if you have a boost, you can jump over the baggage carousel and, like, kind of shortcut around the corner. Like, yeah, I like this one.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's short, but it's kind of a fun track. I enjoyed it.
I would be sad if I never got to play it again, but I don't want to play it as much as we play it.
That's, yeah.
So,
I could see how this would be like an overplayed song on the radio kind of thing, where it's like, we've done this track so much.
right, yeah.
But it's still, I don't know, I still enjoy it. It's still a fun track for me.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I rank this the same as you ranked the last one. Like, we're just under the top half. So, this one's fun. Our rankings are weird.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea where it's going to go at any point.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
There it is. You ranked that too dang high.
See, this is the better of the ones that are themed
To food?
Yeah. Like, this is definitely better than the
I thought you were going to rank it
Sunday
lower.
thing. I don't know. It's hard to even defend the rankings because, like, it's gone through so many revisions. And I don't have my list in front of me either, so I don't even know, by comparison, where my other tracks are. But, yeah, I don't know. Like, just thinking about it now, we usually have fun doing it. I like trying to hit the ice cream cones and see how long you can kind of juggle them in front of you and hit them multiple times. I like the path splits and you can go one way or the other. I like that the music changes slightly when you go underwater in the one spot. Like, it's not a bad track. It's the Wreck-It Ralph course. Like, the theming is definitely... It felt more Wreck-It Ralph than it did Mario, but...
It's just kind of lackluster for me.
Yeah. I mean, I can see that too. It still does kind of fall in the generic category, but we have fun doing it. I enjoy it every time we race on it, so I like this one. Yeah, and then let's finish out our 70s. Yeah, the Mario circuits. Oh, there's so many Mario circuits. This... I went back and forth so many times with these Mario circuits. I really... Like, first impression, just when I was looking at the list of all the names on the tracks, I'm like, all 4 or 5, however the heck many there are, just bottom half of the middle. Like, they're just very forgettable and generic. And then there were a couple that I played again. I'm like, oh, you know, this one sticks out. Maybe this one could go a little higher. But, yeah, overall, I don't know. All the Mario circuits are just very kind of generic to me. They're always the first track in the game just to introduce you to whatever the mechanic is.
They're pretty simple tracks.
Like, yeah, the one in Mario Kart 8 is like the Mobius strip one, and that's just to introduce the anti-grav concept. And it's just... There's never much happening in the track. It's always just... Here's a track. And so, this is that for me. Like, this just feels very generic. It's just kind of there. Like, I don't hate it. I don't really like it. It's just a track that we play on sometimes.
Yeah, this is my lowest ranked Mario circuit track, but it's still in my top half.
I was gonna say at 46, really. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, I like it for all the reasons that you don't, because it's simple and it's just nice sweeping turns.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to say it's easy, because there are points where I get caught up, and you usually beat me in this one.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow, I don't know how.
Skill issue.
But yeah. It just works. It's bright. It's happy. It's a fun track. I love going through that beautiful forest, pine forest, with the lights. I think the one part that annoys me the most about this track is the piranha plants that shoot those fireballs.
Yeah. Yeah.
I always get caught up in one of those fireballs.
I will say, yeah, I do like the forest bit in this one. Like, that that one part where you're going through the forest and then the Wiggler shows up at the end there. That part's cool. But I don't know, like, the rest is just so forgettable.
It's a very simple track.
If I was hard pressed, I think the only two parts of the track I could even describe would be that bit in the forest, and then right before it where the fireball spitting piranha plants are. There's the two piranha plants shooting the fire.
I mean, there's really not much to it other than that. Like, it's an S turn at the beginning before that, like another S turn right after that. It's a really short track.
Yeah.
So there's not much to remember.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's simple, it's effective, but for some reason, it's just a little bit technically hard for me to always be behind you for some reason.
Yeah.
So I enjoy that challenge. One of the weird ones where, like, Dragon Driftway is hard, so I hate it, but this one is hard, so I like it.
Yeah. So then, yeah, that's our 70s. So we're out of the bottom now. Like, we're pretty much done with the bottom third. So these should all be mid-tier, better tracks going forward. So, 69. Yeah.
You put this lower than I thought you were going to.
Yeah, this is one of the more memorable tour tracks, but it's still, I don't know. There's a couple spots where it always seems like you can turn somewhere you can't. The arrows aren't 100% clear. Like, it seems like you can keep going and you turn further up, but you don't. You turn right where they are. And the arrows don't stop you, so you blow through, and then the key to it is to bring you back. But, it's fine. Like, I like going through the Opera House. I can remember a lot of the parts in the track. You know, you drive through the little park area, and there's the gliding bits. Like, it's not bad. It's just, it's fine.
No, I thought you would have put, I mean, because, you know, we're doing this, we're combining rankings.
Yeah.
So maybe because I put it in the 50s, it showed up a little bit lower, but I thought you were going to rank it higher. So I thought there was going to be another one that was going to be lower and come first. But But I remember when this first came out, and we were both like, wow, this is a really long track, and it goes the multiple ways. And, you know, you drive through the Sydney Opera House one way, and then the last lap you go through it the reverse. And we were like, wow. But then the more we played it, the more it's still fun.
Special.
It's still fun, but there are other more fun things. But it's mid-tier.
That's the thing. It feels like we're being so negative for so many of these tracks. We're really not. They're all great. Like, aside from, like, the bottom 3 or 4, all the tracks are great.
Yeah, it's a fun track. It's a fun track to play. It's just there are other tracks that do a few better.
Yeah. It's not even. I wouldn't even call it forgettable. It's just not as good.
I just didn't think you were going to rank it as low as you did.
Yeah. I mean, 64 is not that low.
Well, I mean, I thought it was going to be more in, like, the 40s for you.
Yeah. All right, 68.
There we go. Kart Circuit!
Yeah, that's the Mario Circuit from this one.
The Mobius strip.
Yep. Yeah, like I said before, it's very forgettable. This, I think, was actually probably the lowest of all the Mario Circuits for me, I want to say. The DS one I know was higher. I think the other ones were higher too. Yeah, I don't know. There's not a lot to this one. Like, it's demonstrating the anti-grav when the track flips over, and there's the one little glider bit at the end because they want to show off that you can glide. But you're not gliding over a jump or anything. You're just gliding over a part of the track and trying not to hit the Goombas. But, like, nothing really happens. It's just a figure 8. There's not a lot of curves or corners. It's not technically difficult. And scenery-wise, there's nothing really going on either. Like, there's no tunnels or woods or, like, scenery changes. Like, you know, a lot of the tracks, there's stages of the track. There's different areas.
You don't feel like you're going anywhere.
Yeah, this one, it's all the same. Both sides of the Mobius strip are just green grass. Like, you're not really doing anything.
Well, you've ruined enough rankings for me, so I get to ruin one for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoyed this one. I remember when we first started playing, this was more bottom tier for me, but the more we played it, the more I liked it.
Mm-hmm.
I like now that I'm getting better at drifting, I'm getting better at the big sweeping turns.
Yeah.
I love the big jump there at the end, and you're flying over the Goombas towers. Yeah, this one's growing on me. I like it a lot, even though it's simple. I like it. It's you think it's simple and you feel like you're going nowhere, but for me, the Mobius strip and the fact that it has that, like, you can see, like, Mobius flips on the top. But then it also has that kink right there in the bottom middle. I don't know, it just adds a little bit of depth in it. For some reason, it always feels like I'm playing in an optical illusion. Like I feel like I'm going somewhere, but then it flips and I keep going. And like I said, it is basically a Mobius strip figure 8, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I enjoy it more than I used to.
All right.
And the fact that you can do those, like, on either end, those big sweeping drifting turns.
Yeah.
I enjoy that a lot
I
more.
mean, I do love when you get a good drift corner in the game, but I think just for this one, I think it just feels like you're not doing anything.
That's all you're doing.
Yeah.
There needs to be more in the middle.
Yeah, I just feel like there's nothing to this track, really. So even with a couple good drifts, like, nothing's happening in between them, so it doesn't stand out at all to me. It's not a bad track. It's just, like I said, it doesn't stand out in the slightest. So I think that's why it's so low. Oh, okay. We're not too far off on this one. This is one we don't get a lot, so I think
we played enough.
We do, but not
all the time.
Not
like Dolphin
super
Shoals or
frequently.
something.
Yeah.
Piranha Plant Slide it's an easy track on either end, but that middle section there, especially
the
that
sewer
one,
bit.
that sewer bit is just that corner is just a pain.
Yeah. Plus, that's where the walls drop away too.
Yep.
So yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I really like. I mean, I know I ranked this lower than you, but I really like the beginning and the end.
Mm-hmm.
They're fun. They're fun bits to play.
Yeah.
I love the music. It's that sewer music.
I like all the hills going into the sewer when you're leading up to the pipe. There's all the little ramp bits.
I love when you're going out of the sewer. It's just that big uphill.
Yeah.
And then if you have that boost, you can boost through the fence. And
the little cardboard cutout there.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a fun track, but just that middle bit in that sewer just makes it.
Yeah.
Puts it just a little bit lower for me than you.
You mentioned the music, and I do like the music on this. I like when they take, like, the original Mario music and just fit it into these themes, so when you're in the pipe underground, you get, like, that. Yeah, that's really fun for me, too. Yeah, I'm kind of the same boat as you. I mean, obviously I ranked a little higher, but I don't know, it's fun enough. We get it semi-frequently, but, I will agree that one bit is a pain. We've both flown off there a million times. But yeah, I don't know. I think the same as you said. Like, I enjoy that part at the beginning. I like leading up to the sewer. You got all the hills going on the pipe. That's really fun. I do love that jump at the end. Just coming up and seeing the wall. Like, the scope of that is really cool. I like when they can really make tracks feel big by giving you something like that defines the scope more. So, yeah, I really like all that. I think I'm in the same boat. It's just a couple of the bits in the actual sewer part that aren't my favorite, but overall it's still fun.
Yeah.
Alright, 66. There we go. Wow, I would have thought you'd put this higher.
Back in the day I would have, because it's amusement park focused, but the fact that it's one of those few that we get so much now.
This is one we do seem to get a lot too.
It's kind of gone a little bit lower, but like I said, 70 is still fun.
Yeah. So I know every time we get it, you still point out different parts of the amusement park. So I know it's still one that you enjoy.
Yeah.
And I think...
It's just lately we've been getting too much.
It's literally right in the middle I guess
just above,
be the middle. But, yeah, it's right toward the middle for me. It's fun, it's fine, we get it. I like a lot of the bits. I like flying and having to go around the merry-go-round carts and over the ticket counter.
Ferris wheel?
Ferris wheel, yes. And I like the underwater bits where the music changes. I like that you can hit those little subs and get a boost from them. I'm like, yeah, this one's perfectly fine.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good. It's good, not great.
Yeah. Ooh.
Wow.
You ranked this one really low.
Yeah.
See, I think this one's kind of a blast. I think I like all the different escalators, and then they change direction, so it gives you some skill. Or if you can just hit and ride the railing up, then the direction doesn't matter, and that's really fun. I like the 2 floors in the mall, even though I never stay on the top. I always go up the escalator and then right back down the other one. I like the different exits on the way out of the mall at the ends. Like, yeah, I have a blast with this track. I like the alternate paths. I like the technicality of the escalators. I think it's really fun. I enjoyed this one.
It's a fun track, but it just doesn't... Like, there's so many other booster packs tracks that we got that do things that are more fun, but this is still fun. It's still fun. It's fine. You know, it's not one that I begrudgingly play ever. It's still fun to do. They changed up those cars, didn't they, though? Like before, the
Yes.
cars stood still.
They used to stand still and they would spin in place.
Now they actually move, and you can hit them easier.
Yeah, they like pull out in front of you now. Or maybe they didn't spin before. Maybe they just.
I think this came
stayed,
from another version of Mario Kart,
yeah,
and people were complaining that those cars didn't move, so they.
Yeah. I think they
so
used
when
to like change positions in the parking lot. Like I think it was a parking lot, and the cars would actually move from like one space to another or something.
Yeah, I don't know. People complain, and now the cars move.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's fine. Yeah, I mean, 70, like I said, 74 is far away from my dislike zone, so it's still.
Yeah.
I would be sad if I never played it again, but again, there are so many more tracks that do better, funner.
There are 73 that you like better. Yeah,
wow, that's pretty darn
I was gonna
close.
say we're pretty close on that one.
This has been a while since we've had one that.
I think
was
that's
close.
only the third one that we've been within like 2.
Yeah.
So if we get one more that's close, I was right. Yeah, Tokyo is definitely one of the better city tour tracks.
Well,
I think it's. I say that knowing that there's
a lot
like
more
5 more still to see,
yeah.
but I remember we loved this when we first got it because this was in that first pack.
Yeah, it blew our minds that we could go different ways.
Yeah,
and it's
still fine.
It's fun.
It's still
it's a lot of fun.
Every time it comes up, we enjoy it. It's a good track.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just.
I like the last lap where you go up on the bridge. You have to go through the toll
booth
thing.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with it. It's a fun track.
Yeah, this was apparently less memorable for me than you.
And this was from the very last booster pack, so we recently played this last weekend. Or was it the weekend before?
I don't know. One of those.
It was the weekend. I think it was the weekend before. Last weekend we only went to Swallow House.
I remember this one square here because that's where the Wiggler is.
It's a really fun track to drive. It's hard for me to remember because it's so new. But every time I see it, I'm like, oh yeah, there's that part and this part, and like the piranha plant coming out of the painting, and
I do like the chomps on like that one bridge where you go through and there's the one chewing on either side.
No, that's not this one.
Oh, well, I like that on whatever level it's on.
That is
a lot of the tour tracks.
That's the Rome Avanti.
Oh,
it's from this booster, but it's from the
all
one where
the
you go
tour
through
tracks
the Coliseum.
really blend together to me. They really do.
Yeah, this was like I said, I put this one just above mid. It's fun. It's a fun track.
It's funny too. It's still in my head, like thinking about our reviews now compared to that one I sent you, the big one. Like, I know everyone else talks about all the technical aspects of the game or like the differences between past games and this game, but really, I don't know. It doesn't feel fair to compare these on like all those things. Like, I really just tried to take into consideration like what do I just enjoy playing on? What's just fun? So I really like. I don't know. That's where I'm at with a lot of these. It's just. Like this one, it's in the 70s, so it's still in the fun range. It's not bad, but it's just, it didn't stick out as much. It wasn't as fun, per se, as a lot of the other ones.
If I had more time, I'd probably, if I really looked hard at my mid-tier, this probably should be in the 50s for me.
Yeah.
But that's still a lot of fun, too.
Yeah.
I mean, when you have 96 tracks and everything in the middle is just, like you said before, it's just going to blur together.
Yeah. And really, we've said a bunch of times already, but there's only 3 or 4 that I don't want to play again.
Right.
So everything else after that is fun. So if it's above 90, it's a fun track. Yep. Like, we're saying mid, but the middle is most of the rankings. So yeah, this one's perfectly fine. 62. Oh.
You son of a cracker.
Yeah. I know that you don't like this one.
I know you like it.
I do. Because it's
I knew this was going to happen on this one.
But I love dynamic tracks, the ones that change as you race. And I like this one, it doesn't change the path, it changes the course, where parts of it just fall away as the volcano's erupting. Like, A, that's a really cool concept, just the volcano just eroding the land and making it all fall apart and be not drivable. But it's just fun. Like, the corners get harder because of the lava, which is tricky, but I don't know. I really enjoy this one. It's a lot of fun. I like all the fireballs coming down and the track getting narrower, and I like the difficulty here. It's like you said earlier, like sometimes, like in Dragon Driftway, the difficulty makes you hate it. this is one where it's difficult, but I like it because of that. Like, I like having to try and avoid all the fireballs and all the pits that are opening up. Like, it makes this one fun for me.
I don't have issues with the technicality on this track. It's just, like you said, the fact that it falls away is cool, but I never find myself, like maybe once or twice, I do something stupid and I happen to go off when it's falling away. But most of the time, that's not even an issue.
Mm-hmm.
It's just something fun that's there. And just blah for me. It doesn't do much.
Yeah.
Like, there are other tracks that have jumps with ramps off to the side that are better for me, and it's just kind of low tier. It's just, if I never played it again, I wouldn't care. Wouldn't bug me.
Yeah, I don't know. I always really enjoyed this one. Every time we get it, I'm excited. Like, this is one of the fun ones for me.
Even though it's 83, it's out of my hate range.
Yeah.
Where I don't really dislike it a whole bunch, but if I never played it again, I wouldn't care.
I would. I like this one. I want to continue getting that one. Yep, there we go. I figured, I'm actually kind of surprised this one didn't show up earlier on.
Well, it's because you ranked it so freaking high.
I'm kind of surprised that I ranked it as high as it did, but it is. This one's kind of enjoyable too, actually.
I thought this was going to be more mid-tier for you.
I
thought this was going to be lower. I thought it was going to be in the 50s or 60s for you. I mean, it's memorable. I always remember this track.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still just so boring.
Yeah.
And
like I said, for me, when I was going through the list, there was a lot that just I really like. I had to compare it to the list each time to figure out, okay, do I like it more than this, or more than this, more than this, and it just, I don't know. Like, as I was thinking about it, this one just kept moving up the list because I do have fun. I like the bits on the pianos. I like that on the first time you're on the inside of the piano, and then the second time you're on the outside. So, like, you have to kind of, control your drift so it's not as wide the second time, or else you'll ramp the black keys and then go off the track. Like, I don't know. There's a little bit of technical aspect in those parts, and just overall, this one feels fun. I like when you're bouncing on the drums there, and then when you're gliding around the music notes at the end. This one's kind of fun for me.
It's memorable. I always remember it. But again, it's just boring. It's just, yeah. It's like right on the precipice of, if I didn't play it again, I wouldn't care.
And finishing out our 60s, there it is. Yeah, I figured you'd rate this one high. I know you really like all the traffic courses. All three of them I know you enjoy. I do not.
This is one of those, it's hard, but it's a fun hard.
I wouldn't say it's a fun hard. It's a hard that I'll tolerate because it's there, but this is not. It's not one of my favorites. It's not a bad course. I don't hate it. I wouldn't put this like in the 90s with like the really bad ones. But this is one, like you have been saying, where if I didn't play it again, I would not be mad. I do not. Every time I get on this course, I know I'm not going to do well. I know I'm going to struggle and run into every damn car, and it's just not going to be fun for me.
You've beaten me on this.
I don't know
a
how,
few times.
because I'm terrible on this course. I hit so many cars.
There's that, you could see the for sure words you could see, there's the starting line there, and you go around the curve, and then that second curve is in that canyon, and it has that big wide turn, but there's cars in the way, and I always go far into the turn, and I hit that far wall, and I get stuck. And it pisses me off every time, and I yell every time, and it makes me so mad, but I still love this track. It's like, for some reason, that's not enough to make me mad. Like, I know it's going to happen. I know it's going to come up.
I do like that the shortcut here is a glider shortcut. Yeah. Not the shortcut that we can see here. The one where you boost and you hit the ramp in the fields.
Well, you have to boost to get to it.
Yes, but then if you boost to get to it, it's not just a little jump. It actually gives you a glider, and you get to glide until you get to the tunnel.
Yeah.
So I like that you get to get airborne if you do that. And then, there's the bit here where you can boost off the wall, and then you get, like, the air current that pulls you over. But
yeah, it's just a fun-looking, fun, technical...
This is in that range of if I didn't play it again, I wouldn't care. I don't have fun with this one. I just hit all the cars, and it's just awful. I hate the stupid
in this one, the cars are a bane.
It is. The traffic... Like, of all the ones that have traffic, there's only 3. I say it like there's this giant subset. There's 3 tracks. But this one, the traffic gives me the most trouble. In Moonview, I can avoid it well enough. In Toad's Turnpike, I'll usually hit 1 or 2, but for the most part, I can avoid them. In this one, I am guaranteed to hit a car.
Always
Every lap, I'm
somewhere
hitting a car at least 1.
But it's just a lot of fun for me for some reason.
Yeah. Yep. Well, that's rounding out our 60s, so you can have your whatever. Okay, 59. Here we go. There it
is. It's funny, we flip-flopped.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you had to know it was coming here. I do enjoy this one. Every time we play it, I like this one. I like the theming, for me, is actually kind of fun. I like some of the technicality of if you can time it right and get the shortcut over the clock hands is really cool. I like if you get on the right gear at the end, you get not a boost, but you get like the momentum because it's going in the same direction, and plus you can jump at the top. Like, this one's fun for me. It's got some fun corners with the little pendulums you have to avoid. Like, this one's fun. It's a good time. I like the theme. I enjoy this one. So this is one that when it comes up, I'm usually excited for.
There are bits that are okay. For the most part, it's not fun, but it's tolerable.
Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, this is in that range for me where it's not just fun, but I actually get excited. I think those are the ranges for me. There's the 3 or 4 at the bottom that I do not like. There's a few where they're there, but if I never had to play them again, great. And then there's a big gap of just, yep, these are tracks that exist. And then there's some that they're fun, and then there's this where it's like, it's fun and I'm excited, and then there's just like the best. So I think we're in like that second to last group for me, where this is, I'm excited to play it, this is a good time for me, like I look forward to getting this track. I know you don't agree. I know that every time it comes up, you have the same reaction I had to that last one.
Again, I don't hate this track. I don't know. It exists. Whatever.
Yeah. I have to say, too, that's part of what makes this fun, is that, like, we have different reactions to different tracks, so it's just interesting to see, like, you know, how it's going to go for each one.
This is...
Yeah.
Wait a minute, what? I guess that's right. That's got to be right. Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Yeah, this is in that middle category for me. It's just, this is a track. This is probably, like, right on the verge of being fun, but it's, I don't know, it's there. It exists.
Twisted Mansion.
Like, there's some parts that I can remember. Like, I know what the track is. I know what we're getting into when we do it, but it doesn't, I don't know, just kind of there for me.
I could do this whole track in my head without even thinking. I know exactly where every turn and what the whole thing looks like. And this should be like Halloween haunted stuff mansion. It should be at the top. I know. It should be at the top of my
for
list.
Theming, this should be much higher, but just
there's the when you start and you go and you split in between the dining hall. It's just long and wavy.
Yeah,
that's boring. And I hate the underwater part. But all the rest of it is fun.
Pretty much the whole indoor section of this is boring. And then once you get outside, there's like the glider bit.
Right.
That's cool.
But that's a really short section.
And then you've got the Hammer Brothers at the end.
Those are fun.
That's fine.
It's really for me, it's that first long hallway.
Yep.
And then it's that middle where you're going through the sewer
that you can't do, and then the underwater submerged whatever part.
But all the rest of it's fine. Like it's just it's the first of the bottom half.
Yeah.
So it's mid tier. I wish you could like when you go right before you enter the water. There's that big wood shipwreck looking face that glows. And I wish you could see that from further away so you could enjoy it more.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, I know. Like you said, for the theming, like Halloween is our holiday. So I would want it to be better just because I want to support anything with that theme. But yeah, it's fine. It's there.
Vancouver Velocity.
There we go.
So I bumped that one up.
Yeah, this one was higher, and then I bumped it down, and then it actually was lower at 1.2, and then it came up a little. I was all over the place with this one. Like, there's a lot of parts that stick out, and I know I ranked it low, but I want to say some parts are even fun. But just overall, like, just considering the entirety of the course, I just had to kind of give it an okay score. Like, some parts stick out as really fun, but overall it's just Fine.
Like what?
Like, I do like when you're going through the arena at the end. Like, that's fun. And actually, this I felt like has a lot of glider bits that really stick out. But just overall, I don't know. It's fine.
I don't think we play this one enough to really appreciate it.
We haven't played it a lot. I will say that.
We don't get this one enough.
This is one of the more recent ones, so we haven't done it too often.
I really like this one because it feels like you're going somewhere. Like you go through the forest, and then you're coming back through the city and the arena, and it really feels long for me.
Yeah.
And, I love going over the bridges and the boardwalks, and it has a lot of everything where you're getting, good straightaways where you can just enjoy, and you're getting good fun turns, and you're doing multiple paths every time.
Is this the one with the bridge at the beginning? You're on, like, the little rope bridge
Yeah.
thing? Yeah. I do like that part, too. That part really sticks out to me. That's one of the fun bits. I like... Because it has corners, too, so you're trying to drift while also on, like, this little bridge. Like, that part's fun. There are some spots, and I will say I agree with what you're saying, where, like... What I was saying earlier about the Mario Circuit ones, where I don't like that it feels like you're going nowhere, because the theme doesn't change. And like you said, this one, it does. There's different themes, and you're moving from one area to the next. So it does feel like progress. It makes it feel like there's more, and then it's just bigger.
Mm-hmm. It's a good track. It's fun.
Yeah.
I wish we got it more. I'm surprised. I was wondering where you were going to put it.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that makes about sense.
I will say it's...
I think you would have it higher if we played it more.
Yeah,
it more.
I hope that for the next Mario Kart, they take the Super Smash Brothers approach. I know that means nothing to you because you don't play them, but the most recent Smash Brothers, the way they announced it is they said, everyone's back. And what they meant is every playable character in all the previous Smash Brothers, they brought them all back. So the starting roster for the game was like 100 and something characters. It was just everything. So I really hope for the Switch 2, whatever the heck they're going to call it, when they announce it this year and it launches for Christmas, if it has Mario Kart 9 on it, I would hope that they would take kind of that same approach. Like, especially now that they went through all the trouble of doing the booster pass and, all these tracks. Now you have 96 tracks. Like, it would be weird if they took a step backward. I feel like the next one should come out and have all these tracks in it already. And if that's the case, and we're starting from scratch, which is the point I was getting to in this tirade, it would be interesting to see how things felt then. If they were all accessible from the beginning, and we had the same amount of time to spend on all of them, like you said, I wonder if that would change your rankings, because we'd play them all the same amount. They wouldn't be new. They would all just be there, and we'd be playing them. Because, some of these newer ones we don't get as much. We just haven't had as much time with.
Right.
So
we've had Bowser's Castle from the last booster pack. More, it's the newest one, but we've had it more often than this.
Yeah.
So in our heads, we can play that in our head.
Yeah.
Just because it stands out more. But I think we just don't get this one enough, and I really enjoy this one.
Yeah.
I got to look and see if
I was going to say, is this your highest city one? Because 38, that's pretty high. Although I can think of one that might be higher. You know what? Don't tell me. No. Don't say anything. We're just going to look at number 56. 56.
Cheep Cheepy!
Yeah.
So we're pretty
Yeah,
close.
we're not too far. This, I think, is like the epitome of mid for me. This is right... It's right there. It's right in the middle. It's fine. It's fun. We have a good time when we do it. But it doesn't stand out. Like, when we're not playing it, I'm not thinking about it. But whenever it comes up, I'm like, okay, cool. And, like, there's a few parts that I can remember. I can remember the little rainforest bit at the end. And, like, trying to avoid everything in there. You get the little jumps, like, right at the end before the thing. The little beachfront part where you can shortcut through the water if you have a boost. And you can hit the jumps, or you can just drive through the little small underwater sections. Like, it's a perfectly fine level. Stop looking at your lineup. Look at the one that we're talking about.
I want to, because I want to compare it to one that we've already talked about.
Okay.
And it's okay. So for me, this is another classic Mario Kart 8 track where I put, because I wanted to go back.
So like with Rainbow Road.
Rainbow Road was, where did I put it? Rainbow Road was 48.
Okay.
So this is 50.
Yeah.
So it's like right in that I can remember the track, and it just feels like home, like what the game should be.
Yeah.
And I love the starting beach and the narrowness of the water, the sand. one on both sides,
Yeah,
going around
you
that,
have to like balance on
going through the tunnel,
there.
and then you get into that jungle stretch, and it's like it feels like that home stretch where you really got to push and go for it. And yeah, this is just good classic Mario Kart the way it should be.
I will say too, like this one. This is one of the few where it's not the same as the Nintendo 64 track, but like there was a beach level in Nintendo 64 where you're riding around an island. Like the whole track is the outskirts.
Yeah, I don't think they called it
cheap.
Cheap Beach.
No,
but
I think it was like
the,
Koopa Beach or something.
Something like that.
But
you had that shortcut, didn't I?
yeah, like there are other tracks that make me think, oh, I'd rather have the 64 one, like with Bowser Castle. I'd rather have the 64 than the one we have. This one, I don't feel that way. Like this is perfectly fine. Like it's a fun level. Whenever it comes up, I'm like, okay, cool, let's do this one.
Mm-hmm.
This is right in the middle for me.
I don't think we get it enough. Like we got it more when there was no booster.
Yeah.
But now that there's a bunch of boosters, we haven't seen this one as often.
We don't see it as often anymore, but it is it's a fun track. I'm completely fine with this one. This one's fun.
Yeah.
55. Yeah. I'm surprised this is as low for you. This is.
I was too.
I was gonna say, I thought you really liked this one. I do. I really enjoyed this one. This one's fun. This one's a lot of fun.
You know, the more we play it, the more it's just like, yeah, it's fun. It's okay, but it doesn't really do anything special.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just good. It's fine. It's okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I enjoy. And again, I know we're going to keep repeating ourselves on a lot of stuff here, but, you know, we didn't play the stuff for the Wii or the GameCube or any of the other ones, so when we get these flashback tracks, you know, they're basically new content for us. And so I didn't know what to expect on this. I know it's one a lot of people were excited for, because everyone played it on, I think this is from the Wii, and it was like, oh, I love this on the Wii, we need Daisy Cruiser. But for us, it was just a new track. So yeah, when we first played, I'm like, oh, this is... I remember our first impression when we just saw the thumbnail. I was like, "Well, how much can you do in a cruise ship?" Like,
right.
But then we played it. We're like, "Oh, it's
fun
a good
going.
track.
It is fun going through the different levels
of it, and you know, the dining room, everything's shifting back and forth. There's that one hallway that you fall into the underwater part, which I do every single time consistently. But I assume the hallway part's fun too. But yeah, I don't know. I dig it.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. It's fun, but there's so many more that are just better.
Yeah. I can see it.
Cool concept.
It needs more shuffleboard.
54!
Yeah, the other Daisy one.
Okay. I thought this was going to be a little bit lower on yours.
Yeah, I don't know. This one's not huge for me. I think it's fine. I know this is one of the newer ones. I think this was the last pack, right? The most recent pack?
I think so, yeah.
And, yeah, I think this is another one that other people were excited for because it's a flashback one. For me, it was just, okay, this is a course. It's fine. It's fun enough. I don't hate it, but there's not a lot of standout. And for, like, it might be unfair to have a different standard, but I feel like for the booster pack stuff, the courses should all be more standout. Like, if the on-game ones are generic, it's fine. It's just they came on the game, whatever. But if you're going to go out of the way to add it in after the fact in a booster pack, it should be more special. Like, why go out of your way to make something that's middle? And this just kind of feels mid for me. There's nothing in here that really stands out in this one. Like, there's the figure 8 section, and there's a little bit at the end where you can, like, go up on the side and it's slightly elevated. But, like, what really happens in this track? Like, you just, I don't know. And it's all in that sunset light, too, so everything kind of looks the same. It's a very static color palette.
Does it give you that seasonal depression?
I don't know if that might be the way to describe it. It's just kind of... I don't know.
This does for you what Boring Dry Desert did for me?
Yeah. It's just kind of an track. So, actually, now I'm kind of surprised I ranked it as high as I did. As I talk about it, I'm like, this should have been lower.
I think this is a good right-in-the-middle track for me. It does enough of what I like, and I really like that big sweeping at the end, that you can drift and take that big sweeping curve, and it has all the boosters.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just right where it belongs, right in the middle for me.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a lot of fun. You know, it's nothing special or challenging, but it's always a lot of fun.
I wouldn't say a lot, but yeah, I'll give you this one. Okay, here we go. Another Mario Kart track. Yeah, this is right up there with the Mario circuits for me. It's just just kind of there.
They all have that like I said, they all have that very same layout, and I agree with
Yeah.
that. But they just do it for me for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
I love that big horseshoe grab section up at the top and coming down and doing the jump, and you can glide over the helicopter and then like take the shortcut over the pipes. It's just a lot of good, fun, easy, where you can just go fast and hit some big, fast drifts, and then drift the other way, and then drift back the other way. And it always just works for me.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to say like they're too simple because I mean, even in a simple track, like it can still be fun. There can still be some challenge there. It's just,
Like the two simplest tracks I can think of are the ones you always
we're
have.
not going to talk about those.
The worst.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like I said, it's the same as a lot of the Mario circuits for me. It just there's not enough there. It just feels kind of basic. Like simple and boring aren't the right words. I think basic is the best way to describe it. Really.
What would you? I mean, I think that's how you would describe Mario. Like even though he's the main character of Nintendo,
agreed. Yeah.
like he's just there and basic. And
I think that's why they put his name on them because it is.
It's just a standard.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's fine. Like I know I rated it low, but it's not.
It's not. There's nothing you dislike. It's just
no. I'm not
just fine.
Angry when we play it or anything. It's just okay. We're playing this track. Like yeah, that's where that is.
I don't think we get this one and quite enough.
We don't get this as much as like the Mario circuits, but yeah, it's fine for me. Okay, 52. There we go. Yeah. This was one of the more recent ones we got in DLC, and I think I was actually more excited when we first played it in the DLC, just because it was like novel and new. And then the more we played, I'm like, there's not a lot going on here either. It's another one. It's kind of basic. I really would like to see for these Super Nintendo tracks, if they bring them back again in the next game, I would love for them to just make them feel bigger. Like you don't even have to change the layout. Just add go in the other dimension. Add a jump or a glider section or something. Just make it feel like more. Like there's just not a lot here.
I get what you're saying, and I knew this was going to be low for you.
You do a few turns, and that's the whole level. Like there's no scenery change. There's no depth. You're not going anywhere.
This is very much just like an F1 circuit, just a lot of flat.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, but at the same time, I don't know why, but I just like that simplicity of it.
Mm-hmm.
When we first played it, it was really hard. There was a lot of hard turns that I just was cussing and screaming and swearing.
The first time we played it, I liked it a lot more. Like I said, part of it was because we got a new track, and I was excited for every new track.
I think this was the second booster pack that came out, if memory serves.
My memory never serves, so I have no idea. But, yeah, it was fine when we did it, and then the more we did, I'm like, there's not a lot here, though. Like, I get that it's new, but nothing's happening.
I get it. Would you say it's a technically hard track?
That I could say, yeah. There are some corners that you definitely...
Because it's quite quick, and you're constantly changing directions.
Yes. And some of them are kind of tight, too. Like, there's that one where it's very easy to go off if you take it
really tight
Yep.
U-turn.
Yeah.
And they have the pipes over there to the right.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, I ranked this high because...
And there's a shortcut at the end where if you have the boost...
Right. I think it was lower... It would have been lower earlier on, but now that we've played it more, the more we played it, the more I like it.
So is it the challenge that made it grow on you?
Yeah. Like I was looking back, because this is basically the same as Donut Plains, just without the boardwalk.
Yes.
And the gophers.
Yeah.
And the mud pit there.
And I ranked that one about the same.
Like, yeah, but this one, like I ranked that one 52.
Mm-hmm.
But even though this one is simpler, it does less technically.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. There's just something about this one that just works for me.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could put my finger on it, but every time I see it, I get happy. I'm excited to play it.
Yeah. No, that's fine. It's not... This is probably right on the edge for me because it's in the 80s, but it's still fine. I I don't hate it. I'm not mad when we play it. I'm not excited, but like, it is what it is. It's a track. It's fine. It's there. I will play it.
51! London Loop, there it is.
Yeah. I'm going to be excited when we get to the top 30, because then we're going to have a lot more to say about each track. Like,
Wait.
I feel like there's too many that neither of us is excited enough to really talk it up.
Oh, Fountain Cafe.
But, yeah, this one... In my head, this one was more memorable and was better. And then, like I said, I replayed every single city course because I couldn't keep them all straight. And I don't know. It kind of just fell down the ranking for me. I'm like, oh, maybe it's not all that much. I don't know. Like, you clearly ranked it a lot higher than I did.
Yeah, it's funny because I can't, for the life of me, I can never remember what happens in this track.
Mm-hmm.
But every time I see it, I'm like, this is always a lot of fun to play.
Yeah. That's a lot of the tour ones from here. It is not to say they're bad. They're not. None of them are bad. All of them are in a range for me and you, because we've seen all the low ones so far, that they're at least fine, if not fun.
This is the one where the chomps get off the chain.
Yes.
I can't remember if it's this one where it's like you're on the riverbank and there's some hard turns that you have to make to get up the stairs.
Oh, the sidewalk area. Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I forgot
It's funny that I ranked it so high, even though I can never remember it. But when I do remember it, I'm like, oh, I like this track a lot.
Yeah.
But then I forget it right away.
Yeah.
And this was from the first booster pack. But I don't know what to say about it.
It's
I like
basically
it.
like the silence from Doctor Who, right? Is that what they're called? As soon as you're not looking at them, they disappear.
Oh, no, that's the Weeping Angels. When you're not looking at them,
They move.
They move.
What are the ones that you forget that they existed?
Is that how that goes?
Yeah, remember the big head gray aliens that when you're not looking at them, you forget they exist?
I can see them in my
David
head.
Tennant had to put the tally marks on his arm.
I can see them in my head, but I don't remember the story. It's been so long.
Yeah. I think they're called the silence. But anyway, this is like that. Like, when we're doing it, I'm like, yeah, this is fine. But then as soon as we're done playing this track, I kind of forget that it exists.
Yeah. I know I agree with my ranking. I just couldn't tell myself why.
It's
Weird.
I'm having that trouble for a bunch of these now where I'm like, don't ask me to defend my number because I'm not sure that I can. I ranked it there for a reason. I just don't know what that reason is. Alright, and then 50. Yeah, it's about right. I definitely would put it a bunch above London, so I'm glad that overall it ranked above it. I don't know why I put extra letters and above right there. But, yeah, this one has a lot of glider bits, especially, all the stuff we can see around all the water features and everything. It's fine. It's fun. It's very middle of the road for me.
It's funny, this one is more memorable than London Loops.
Yeah.
And there's more to do, but for some reason it just doesn't quite feel as fun to play.
Mm-hmm.
I'm never disappointed to play it, but...
This one's also newer, so we haven't gotten it as often as we've gotten London, I don't think.
Yeah, it's hard to say. It's weird that I remember this one, but not London. But this one's ranked lower. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's fun. It's fine. I don't dislike it. It's just fun.
Well, we've gotten through, there's not exactly 100 tracks, so just about, but
2 more to
basically,
halfway.
we're done with the bottom half.
Right, 2 more to halfway.
So, yeah. So, going forward, we're in the 40s. Now we should be able to defend or explain our answers a little more, because these should be the more memorable, more better tracks. See? Okay. I do have stuff to say on this one. I wish this was more memorable. I love the theming. You know I do. I absolutely love ancient Greece. It's one of my favorite things. And when we first saw just the thumbnail and the name of this in the booster pack, I was super excited. And then we played it, and it was over really fast, and I didn't remember 90% of the track.
There's a lot to do, and it goes by
We've played it multiple times since, and that hasn't changed.
I remember more of it.
I really don't. I want to. Every time I'm like, oh, I'm going to enjoy this. It's all the ancient Greek theming, and it's all the cool, the outdoor, the symposiums and everything. It's this cool stuff, and I want to enjoy it, and just, it all just kind of blurs together. It goes really fast, and then you're just kind of done. And so, I know that I enjoy it. I have a good time every time when I play the track. It's fun, there's some cool little spots where there's a slight alternate path or a little jump, and it's just like all the other city tours where it's a different route every time. So I enjoy it. I know that it's fun and that it changes stuff up. I can't remember anything about this level.
This was a kind of difficult one to rank. It belongs where I ranked it, and it's we ranked it fairly similar.
Yeah, we're not too far off.
So it definitely gets what it deserves, and there's quite a few bits that I do remember, but like you said, it's over in such a blink of an eye.
It's so fast.
What else
I don't even know if it's a short track. There's
lots. I remember there's lots. I know there's lots of stairs everywhere. There's lots of good jumps.
It's a fun track. I enjoy it when we're doing it, and I know, like I said, I love the theming. It's over so fast that you don't have time for anything to really stick out.
It's pretty chaotic. There's a lot to do.
Yeah,
a lot of fun.
But I'm glad it's in the not quite top half, but we'll call it. There we go. This is the one I wanted to bring up earlier for Twisted Mansion.
Wow, this is really high for you.
This is what I wanted Twisted Mansion to be, with the Halloween theming. The theming and the whole just atmosphere in this one feels 100% better. I love the underwater section. I actually really like, and a little shortcut out of that, where if you go at the right spot, you can skip like that bigger corner. Like, I enjoy this one. This one, I think it's fun. It's kind of a short track, but I get excited whenever we see it. This one I have fun with. Plus, I like the music on this one too, and that helps.
I was hoping this would be more like the, Boo Boardwalk in N64?
Oh, yep.
Like that one, that's one of the tracks from N64 that I specifically remember, and it was always a pain in the butt track, and it was always hard for me, and I never liked playing it, but it always was that classic track that I was glad was there, and I was hoping this would be that too, but it doesn't feel like that.
Yeah.
It just feels like a lot of boring corners.
I want to say too.
It just doesn't do as much as I would have hoped that it should do. Like I said, I like the theme. I like the darkness of it. It's just kind of boring, honestly.
This also,
I don't dislike it, but it's just like, all right, I get through it.
Yeah,
it's just boring. It is what it is.
This too, I'm trying to remember. I want to say, this is from one of the Game Boy Advance version of Mario Kart, which I want to say, I don't know if that was 2D or not, but it was like very basic, so you couldn't do a lot with the track, like very limited quality-wise. It was basically a Super Nintendo. So, like, the fact that they were able to make it as interesting as they were and add as much into it, for me, just, I don't know. This one surprised me the first time we played it, and it just kind of sticks out to me as fun. I enjoy this one a lot. This one's really fun for me. I genuinely get excited whenever this one comes up.
Okay.
Like, obviously, it's not there for you.
It's just a boardwalk with turns. There's really not much to look at anywhere.
Yeah, let's go to the underwater section. I don't know. For me,
but you can't like once you go underwater, there's nothing to see, and it's like you look at the background. There's just a lot of trees. It's dark. I like the lampposts. I like the look of it, but it doesn't. The track itself is just boring.
Yeah. Well, I really like this one. For me, this one works. This for me. I mean, obviously, I ranked it really high.
Like in the N64 version, you go there's a part where you go down the hill and back up, but when you're going down, there's that big giant red fish that jumps over.
Yeah.
And then you go up and you go through the castle through some fun switchback, and that made it different enough to where it felt like you're going somewhere. This just feels like a lot of the same the whole time.
Yeah, for me, I don't get that.
I think this for me is what that flat circuit. Yes, this
Mario Circuit 3?
Is that the one? Yeah, the one that you didn't like. That's the F1 soundtrack.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, I can see what you're saying. I just don't necessarily agree. But yeah. So now that's our bottom half. So now we are halfway.
That's halfway.
So everything else is top half. So I am interested now. Like, there's some in my brain that stick out, like, oh, we haven't seen this yet, but I don't necessarily remember what all the other ones are going to be.
Technically, this is the bottom of the top half. This is just over halfway. 49 is the top of the bottom half.
No, 48 is the halfway. Because 96 cut in half is 48. So 48 would be the very last in the top half.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The next one will be, not this one. Oh, this is 48.
48, yeah.
I forgot how numbers work. Okay, yeah.
This is the
Then
very
we're in
bottom of the top half.
Yeah, what he said. We don't get this one enough.
We used to, but not anymore.
Yeah, I mean, even before, I feel like we didn't get it often, but now we never get it. This one, for me, is another one that I would actually say is exciting. I love the music. I know I mention it pretty much every time we play, but I really like the music here. Also, the track is just really fun. I like the booster pads that get, like, the electrocuted bit, so you have to time it right or avoid them.
That's the part that sticks out the most for me. The pirate ships and then that part.
Yeah,
The rest of it on the beanstalks.
I like the airships. This one sticks out. I like this one. This is fun. I wish we got it more often than we did, because it doesn't seem to come up a lot in the random. You did not like this one, apparently.
Well, it's fine. It's 64, so it's in my okay track list. Like I said, I really like going on the pirate ship and through the electrocuted turbos, but the whole beanstalk part is pretty unforgettable. And it's like that one from the booster pack where you're on the beanstalks a lot. Like that whole part is just
the Sky Garden one.
Sky Garden. It's just that part's forgettable.
Mm-hmm.
But there's that one good stretch where it is fun. So just like it's okay.
Yeah.
And like I said, we don't play it enough for me to really
be
able to want to rank it higher.
Yeah, we get this surprisingly infrequently.
Hey, all right.
Yeah.
So I bumped this one up with my numbers.
Yes. It's fun. I want to like it, but there's those parts with the loose snow in the half pipe there that I feel like is basically unavoidable, and just it really slows down the pacing of the race too. Like, I don't know. I feel like I can't go around those parts, and so it's kind of, okay, I hate this part. It's just boring and slow, and you're in the snow every time, and I want it to keep the momentum as the whole rest of the track, and it never does. And I know it's just my problem, because I never get around the snow, but I don't know, it takes away from it for me. It makes it slightly less fun because of that. It just slows me down, and it kills the momentum. But otherwise, it is fun. It's a good track. I keep using the word fun, but, I mean, we're talking about a video game. It's the best way to describe it. It is fun.
They're fun. Yeah, this one just does a lot right for me. It feels like, I don't want to say that because it'll, like there's the half pipes and the U-turns and the crevices on either side, and there's a lot of different variety in the track type.
Yeah.
To keep me interested, and it feels like you're going somewhere.
Yeah.
And it's really fun.
Yeah, it is. Good. I mean, that's the best way to describe it. It really is. It's fun. It is. I have fun with it. I wish that one part was better. I wish it was easier to get around the snow, or maybe I was just better at getting around the snow. I don't know. But if that part was different, it would be better for me. There we go.
This is the one with the chomps.
Yeah. Yeah, this one.
This is the tour from the most recent booster pack.
Yes. So it's another one where we haven't gotten a lot of time with it. This one is more memorable, though. Like, this sticks out more than Athens.
Yep.
Which is a shame, because I love Athens, and I want it to stick in my brain more. But, yeah, this one's a lot of fun. I like you start off going up the wall of the Coliseum, and then you jump off the end of it, and, yeah, this one's good.
Yep.
This one is fun.
Yep. A lot of fun. A lot of fun.
Like I said, it's newer. I wish we had more time with this one to have played it more.
Yes. It's another one of those where it flies by, and I couldn't exactly tell you why I enjoy it, but every time I see it, I'm like, it deserves to be just above mid-tier right there.
Yeah. Yeah, this definitely, of the city courses, this one is definitely one of the more memorable, more exciting ones. Like, if any of them show up, this is one I'm going to be like, oh, good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Hey,
there it is. This one is not exciting for me. Clearly more exciting for you.
It's fun. It's memorable.
It is more memorable. I will give you that.
I like the Berlin Wall falling down. I like weaving in and out of the traffic and spots. And
that's true. It's not a traffic level. You love your traffic levels.
At first, when we first played it, I remember liking it, but it was unforgettable. Or no, it was forgettable. So we had to play it more to really remember it. And now the more I play it, there's just fun turns. There's good challenges. We seem to go back and forth on this a lot, you and I.
Yeah, we're more evenly matched on this one. I feel like we've both won probably an equal amount on this track.
And even during, like, we somehow are able to
Yeah,
fight more, and it's always like it's like there's a lot of times where in certain tracks you're always going to be ahead of me, and sometimes I can, like, in the last minute pull something off, but this is one where we always seem to be switching every lap, and I just enjoy this one a lot. I think this is my highest rated of the tours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just growing on me, and I like playing it. Nothing bad to say about it.
Yeah. I don't have much to say about it, really. It was lower for me because it's not... It's more memorable than some of the other ones, but it's still just... It's fine. It's a tour track. A lot of the tour tracks feel kind of generic, so this one didn't super stick out. I do remember, like, the Berlin Wall part.
I remember you go by the zoo with the lion statues. You can go around that one building, and I don't remember what it looks like, but there's a lot that I remember. And it's just like, okay, works for me.
Yeah. I mean, we're in the top half now, so everything is going to be at least fun. So, yeah, I'm fine with that one. There we go.
Wow.
I
wasn't sure where you're going to rank this one.
I wasn't sure I was going to rank this one either, to be perfectly honest. This is another one that's got some dynamic bits to it, which I love. We've said that before, and I'll say it again a million more times. I do like the one turn. It's hard as hell, but where you're up on, like, the half-pipe wall kind of thing.
One of the first ones.
And there's,
big
like,
swooping...
no ground there. And if you go over the top, you're stuck up on grass. So you have to stay on that wall. Like, you have to do a perfect drift. But I like that. I like that little challenge bit. And then when you get into the ice cave and you jump onto the ice, the first lap you can make the jump and ride the ice. And then the other laps, the ice is broken and floated away. And you land in the water and you do the bottom half. And I really like that. I think that's a lot of fun. Yeah, I don't know. I enjoy this one. I wasn't sure where I was going to put it, but it definitely needed to be in the top half. I felt like.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I think it just misses the top half for me because it's so new. And
we haven't had a lot of time with this one either. It was in that last pack, so
I remember the course. I know how it goes, and it's technically fun, even though it's challenging. But it just had to be where it is because there are just so many more that I wanted to rank higher.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still a fun track to play.
Yeah, I enjoy this one. I'm glad it's where it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
I bumped this one up quite a bit.
Wow, okay. Just go ahead and kill my rating. This is not one of the better Mario circuits for me. It's very just... Again, nothing happens. You clearly feel differently. This is all you.
I like this one. Every time this comes up, like, I know you push the button so we don't see the cinematics before the race. I wish we could watch this every day because I love watching that scissor lift.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is the simplest layout in terms of all the Mario circuits, but for me, I don't know, it just hits it right every time. I don't know, it's because I'm good at it. Like, you win sometimes on it, but...
Not always, but yeah.
I don't know, there's just something about it that I just love so much. It's fun to play. I like coming off the jump. I usually seem to hit good stuff coming off with the boxes coming off the jump that I can screw you up a lot and cause you to cuss and swear, and I'm like, hee.
Yeah.
Yeah,
if we want a track where you've got a very good shot at beating me, this is definitely one of them. Because for me, this is just, I don't know. It's very forgettable. It's not the most fun, and there are some bits that are kind of annoying. This is not it for me. It's not horrible. I don't hate it. Like, I'm not mad when we play it, but I'm not thrilled either. This is, even though I haven't said as much about ones that were ranked lower, this is probably one of those ones where if I didn't play it again, that's fine. Like, I'm not actively saying let's never play it again, but if that somehow happens, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like that you dragged that one into the top half. Okay. I like this one. This one's fun.
I like this one too.
This is better than that last one. This one just... I feel like we have to use the word fun less, but, I mean, it is. It's just, I don't know. Especially because Donkey Kong, that's just what Donkey Kong is. Like the music, everything. It's just very upbeat and just fun. It is the word for it. And that's how this track feels. There's a lot of good curves and corners. The part where you're gliding is really fun. The shortcut when you're coming out of the glide is really fun. You have to like time it right and do a skid basically as you land and then shoot right over. When you're going through the wooded area and trying to avoid those little bouncing bongo guys, like, yeah, it's just, this is a fun track for me. It's just, I enjoy this one.
There are some routes that I get hung up on quite often. Those bongo guys
Yeah.
always seem to want to touch me for some reason. I want to sue them for sexual harassment. I don't know what it is, but I think we get this track enough to where it's just kind of slipped down a little bit for me, but it's still always. I'm never disappointed when it comes up.
Yeah.
It's still good.
Yeah.
It's just thanks to the booster packs, there have been
they've
more
introduced so much that's new and different, and so by default it kind of knocks some things down.
Yeah. But it's still good. It's still mid tier. It's still good.
Yeah. All right, and then let's finish out our 40s. There we go. Yeah, this I like.
Big butts.
Yes, I can't lie. No, I do like this one. I like the coin booster pad things. When you're riding on the pad, you get the coins. There's a lot of boosts to go, especially shortly after the start. You come around that corner, and then there's that little section where like they're spaced out, and you have to like go back and forth to hit them all. But if you do it right, you can get boost that whole straightaway. And yeah, this one's just fun. Like there's not a lot of super standout moments, but this is a track that when it comes up, like, it's a fun track. I know we're gonna have a good time every time we do it.
Yeah, this one, I was flipping back and forth between this and Neo Bowser City.
Mm-hmm.
They're quite close in my rankings. I like this one just a little bit more.
Yeah.
It's a fine track. There's nothing wrong with it. It just doesn't. It's just fine. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's fun. I have no complaints, but I have nothing that I want to say that's a pro either. It's just it is what it is, and it's fine. And I don't get sad or glad either way when it comes up. But I'm glad it's in the game.
Yeah.
And you can see that shortcut right there in the middle.
Oh yeah, where you boost right through the
right. It wasn't until recently where you noticed that it existed.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's still
we've never even hit that.
There's
shortcut.
still pieces of this track to discover and try and do.
Yeah.
So maybe if we get it more, I can rank it higher.
Yeah. And that's our 40s. So now we get into the
30s.
Yeah. I was gonna say like top third, but 32 would be the top third. So not really. But yeah. So here we go. Okay. And now there definitely wasn't a cut because we totally didn't take a break. Let's jump into number 39. Oh, okay. One of the new ones.
You've ruined this for me.
This one for me, I think it went down the more we played it and talked about it. Like when we first got it, I liked the sunset desert motif, and yes, I know the sun doesn't set, everyone's upset, whatever.
The sun is setting though.
Yeah. I don't care. I know the internet does. I do not. But no, it was fine when we first played it, and then the more we did, the more I'm like, there's not a whole lot here. Like, there's the little muddy footprints that'll slow you down a little, and the boosts you can see in the thing, they'll speed you up a little. And then you have to go around the dancing Shy Guys. But overall, this level just, I don't know, it didn't feel like there's a lot going on.
I also hate it.
Clearly. You can tell.
No, I don't know. I can't remember. I don't remember how much I really liked it when we first played it. But I know now that I really enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
It's always a fun track. Is it the Shy Guys with the pickaxes there?
Yeah.
Around the camp, they're fun to go around. Just got enough of
a
little bit of everything. It's got the fun jumps at the end. What's not to like?
I mean,
those are dinosaur footprints, clearly, I guess.
Yeah.
So maybe it would be cool if there's a dinosaur somewhere in there.
I mean, it's fine. I don't dislike it or anything, but yeah, this one, it doesn't super stick out to me. The more we did it, the more I just kind of felt like it's okay. But it just felt less and less special the more we played it. Like, the first time we did it, it was new, so I'm like, ooh, new track. And then I'm like, it's a track. Yeah, so not bad, but nothing super special. 38. There it is.
We flip-flopped.
Yeah, I don't know. This one for me really stuck out as just, it was unique and...
Unique New York?
Exactly. There's just a lot going on in this track, I felt like. There's a lot of variety, a lot of different stuff happening. After you go in the bidet, and then in the bit you can see here, there's like 4 different paths on the screen right now, because there's all those little side things that you can do. In the tub, you can ride along the sponge bridge or just fall and hit the bath bombs. In the drain, there's the shortcut through the discarded wedding ring. Like, there's just a lot of different little stuff going on. And, yeah, I don't know. This one felt a lot of fun. I hate that we keep saying fun, but really, that's the way to describe it. It is. Like, this one was definitely fun. I enjoy this one.
This one's gone downhill the more I played it. The more there are bits where I just get annoyed.
Mm-hmm.
Really, that... Maybe I'd like it more if you can get higher up onto these upper tiers in the first lap.
Yeah. You can only do those with, like, once you hit the bidet.
Once the toilet starts sprouting.
Yeah.
Again, it's fine. It looks cool. Doesn't quite hit that sweet spot for what I really love in tracks, but it's still good. It's still good.
For me, it just stood out because it was very different. Like, it's... a lot of the tracks you're in locations from games or stuff like that, and this one is just a real-world thing that they turned into a track. And it just felt, like I said, unique. It was just very...
It is.
It's a very different thing.
It
so
is.
That really makes it stick out a little more for me, too.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird that a bathroom is the theme they went with, but, yeah, it works for me.
I pulled this one way up.
It's not as generic as the Mario circuits, but this one felt...
I think it's just as, if not a little bit more generic than the Mario circuits.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know. This one didn't feel... It definitely feels still generic to me, but not as... I don't know.
Like, isn't it just a glorified figure 8?
I like it a little better than 1 or 2 of those circuits, but I don't know. I don't know what to say here. Like, it is, I think, above like 1 or 2 of the Mario circuits, but not by much. I think this is another one that probably has gone down over time for me. Because again, when we got it, this is one of the booster ones, so they all started off higher because they were new, and then this one it felt less special over time because there's not a whole lot here. Like, there's the one jump where you can go over the bridge instead of under it. There's like the bit you can see right here where you boost through and take the little ramp through the sand there, but overall there's not too much on this track either. It's just one of the kind of generic outdoor go-kart tracks.
I feel you. I don't know, there's something that I love about this simplicity of this. It's just like those Mario circuits. It just pushes all the right buttons for me. Maybe I just like easy because I can do it. I don't know. Like, I know this was from the first booster pass, and I loved it from the second we played it.
Yeah.
And it's just stayed exactly where it needs to be for me.
I do think you ranked this one a little higher than I did when we were talking about where we ranked the 8 when the pass came out. But, yeah.
Yeah, it is really... it is real simple. It doesn't have any grab sections. It has that one parachute section, but I don't know. Something about it. It all comes together to make a really awesome, fun time for me. I always get excited when it pops up.
For me, it's just fine. Like, it's not bad. I don't dislike it, but it's fine. It's just kind of there. Okay. This is one of the few where I can talk about what changed from the old track to the new one. You can't drive over and explore Peach's Castle anymore. In the N64 version, you could. It was open, and you could just drive off the track all the way over and around her castle.
Was this an N64 track?
Yes.
Royal Raceway wasn't Peach's Castle?
I want to say it was just called... Ooh. No, I'm not sure. No, I think it was... I don't know. I genuinely don't know anymore. But there was one that was like this, where you had the big ramp and you came down right in front of her castle. And then instead of turning left and following it, you could just go straight and onto the castle grounds and around. Like, they used the same assets from Mario 64, so the whole castle was there. And, I mean, you'd lose the race because you were miles behind now. But, yeah, you could just drive around the castle grounds, explore the castle. It was kind of cool.
I don't remember that at all.
They took that out. But as far as what is in the course, yeah, it's fine. I like, some of the corners leading up to the big ramp. There's a bunch of little, like you see the roundabout here. We keep referencing the thumbnails. They're not going to be in the video. But there's the roundabout before the ramp. And there's some good little drift areas there. And then you get the ramp, and it's a really good boost. And then you have to try to not hit the hot air balloon. And then there's coins that you can try and get on the way down. And yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it's a really exciting track. I'm always happy to see it. Does all the things that I like about Mario Kart.
Yeah.
Got good, fun theme. I don't know.
Like, I think it's more middle of the road than it is for me than it is for you. But, yeah, no, it's perfectly fine.
Nothing to hate about it, yep.
35.
Oh, you...
Oh, wow.
You ruined it for me!
Wow, I
you ruined me!
that one way down.
You suck!
Wow, you're number one.
I mean,
that's not... I think I said earlier when I said yeah. Like, I know you love this one. For me, it's the same issue as I said about Shroom Ridge. I'm awful at the traffic. This course, even in the 64, I was never good at this track. I don't even know why. Like, we've played it a million times. And every time, like, I try. Like, I'm driving, I'm doing the thing, I drift to the corner. It's just a figure eight, so it's not like there's a lot of corners. I cannot do well. Like, I've only beaten you maybe a handful of times on this track. I'm not... I don't know what it is. I can't do it.
It's weird. I understand. It's a really simple track. I don't think anybody should like it, and I understand why you don't. But for some reason, this just is the most fun.
Yeah,
it's everything hits right. The music in it with the night. I don't think I'd like this track half as much as I would if it happened during the daytime.
Yeah,
and it's funny. I never use the boost walls on the sides.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Like, I wonder, because I always do, mostly because it gets me away from the traffic for a minute. I wonder if that ends up being slower, or I don't know.
I don't know. You figure it's over to the side more, but it has boosts, so it would speed you up, and you wouldn't lose anything. I don't know.
Yeah.
To each their own, but I don't know. This is just like when I said Cheap Cheap Beach is Mario Kart, and it feels like it belongs. Yeah. Like, this is elevated above that, where it's like. It transcends Mario Kart.
This is like peak Mario Kart for you.
No, it fills my soul with like real world emotion, and like when you're in the middle of winter and you think about spring in the air and the birds chirping and flowers blooming, and you have that emotional connection to something like this. I feel that in this. It's just a perfect blend of everything that just works for me. And if you're one of his loyal followers and you watched our initial 48 rankings, you'll notice that I didn't even put this in S tier. That's because I was lying and I wanted to make the video unique. But in my soul, I wanted to scream, this is number one. This is the best Mario Kart track. Now, it's funny because I don't think this has my favorite music in the game, but this music is perfect. For this track, and just like the arpeggio that it does, and it feels like traffic, and it feels like a city at nighttime.
Yeah,
just
yeah. And it's funny too because every time we play it, like I always joke about how I always say that I hate this track, but I don't actually like. This is not one of the ones I hate. I'm just not good at it, so it's not always fun for me. And like it's kind of basic. It is just a figure eight, but it's not necessarily bad. I'm bad at it, or I don't know. I don't really know how to describe it. Like, it's definitely not my favorite. I wouldn't even say it's one I'm excited for. But when it comes on, I'm like, yeah, okay, we can do this. And it is, I mean, it's a track from 64, too. So it's like a classic nostalgic track. Like,
is it?
I played this when I was a kid. It was the same track then. So, like, it's one that, it's a throwback for me, and I get that kind of thing with it. But it's just, it's not what I'm excited for, but when it comes up, I'm okay with it. And then obviously, I know you love it, clearly. I always know that when we do it, I'm probably not getting first place. Because very few and far between do I actually beat you on this track. But, yeah, I don't know. This one, it was never there for me. Like, I do understand what you're saying. Like, it is a classic track, and it's simple, but it doesn't always feel simple. I think because the traffic's there, so you have to, like, bob and weave and go around all the cars, and then you can ramp over some of them, and if the timing gods work out right, you can even hit the one where you ramp and then glide over the overpass, which is cool. Like it. I don't know. There's a lot more there than it seems like there should be, but for me, it just doesn't quite work.
You're wrong. You tell me you're wrong, and I hate you. I want a divorce. I don't know what to say.
It's still up in the 30s, so
I understand your opinion. Your opinion is valid and wrong, and I'm right, and it's the best. And they should make a whole movie just based off Toad's Turnpike.
I don't even say that because they will.
Well, it's all downhill from here. Speaking of downhill,
Yeah.
Toad Harbor.
Yeah. Okay. So another Toad. I like this one more than Toad's Turnpike. This one's good. I know there's a spot in the front that you're never able to do. The little, I don't even know if it's a shortcut. It's
over
just
the
an
boat.
alternate path over the boat.
I can hit it more often than not, but it's a little tricky.
But although then there's the bit at the end where you go to the right to the trolley station, I never go over there. So we just take different routes.
I've only done that once.
Oh, but yeah, no, this one's fun. This is one that comes up fairly frequently for us, but this I would say isn't one of those ones that comes up a lot, but has worn out its welcome. Like this one's still fun whenever we get it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's there to say? I don't hate it. I don't love it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fun track every time we play it.
Yeah.
There's
a good variety in this one, I feel like. Because there's like the little, after you go over the boat and then ride over the tents, there's like the little castle section where you're between the castle walls or you're up on top.
Right. Yeah.
And then there's like the billboards where you can ride up on the billboard or weave through the traffic. And then you get to where the trolleys are in this little downhill section here. So I feel like there's little areas. And then there's the bit at the end where you can turn down the alley, and I never do. I always just follow the road. But I know you can go around and hit the alley, and I think there's like a boost or items or something over there.
Coins.
So, there's like just different stuff going on. It's a fun track.
It's just a good mid-tier track, and I don't want to call it filler, but it's just...
Yeah. It feels good when you play it.
Good for this track.
Yeah.
I ranked that 34, and it was the 34th.
Was it?
Yeah.
I think that's I haven't fully been paying attention, but that's
I think that was the first time that's happened, and we haven't had a single track that was ranked the same so far.
No. And this is not that either.
I'm surprised I thought you were gonna have this higher.
Yeah, this was another one that initially going in, I thought it would be higher, and then as I was going through my list, I'm like, oh, maybe it's not. But no, I do really like this one. Like when this one came out, we played it the first time, and I wasn't sure, actually, because we couldn't get up on that graded area at first, and then, there were parts of it, I'm like, I don't know. And then the more we've played it, the more it just kind of makes sense. I'm just like, I do dig this one. Like, there's a lot going on, and it feels a little chaotic, but in a good way. Yeah, this one just kind of grew on me, and it's just really fun.
Waluigi Stadium is way better than Wario Stadium.
100%.
It looks cool. I love the lighting design in this. The track itself is fun to drive, but it's a little too simplistic, like big sweeping turns that don't really offer enough of a challenge.
I feel like they offset that with the obstacles, though. At least in that second half there, you've got the
obstacles are cool, but I've never hit them.
No, but you have to at least go around them. So it gives you more to do. It makes you use certain parts of the track more. Like it gives you reasons not to just take everything wide.
It's good. It's good fun to drive. I've got no complaints, really. But it's right where it belongs.
Yeah.
Top. Lower, top, middle,
top of the second third.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then speaking of, I guess we're going into the top third now.
Oh boy.
32 would be So here we go. Number 32. Oh yeah.
69.
Yeah, you pulled that one down a little.
Piranha Plant Co.
Right off the bat, you can go first. Actually, you say what you think first, and I agree with most of what you're going to say. But
it's good to look at. It's beautiful. It's good to drive. But it doesn't really do much for me that other tracks haven't done already. And it's just good. It's just good. I don't hate it. I don't love it. It's good.
For me, I like it a lot. I mean, it's in my top 10. But Scenery-wise, it's great. It's gorgeous. And it's also just a really big track. Like, when you ride on this one, it feels like each lap is just really long.
It is big and long. Yes.
And that's what she said. I feel like a lot of it is because you're underwater, so it feels a little slower. But it also, I don't know, like, every lap feels drastically different, too. So it's nice that it basically feels like each one is its own little thing. And just, I don't know, the theming and the ambience and the color scheme and everything on this one and the lighting, this one really works for me. Like, everything here just comes together and it's just a very good experience. Like, it's not the most, like, technically challenging driving-wise. Like, there's definitely other courses where just the layout of the course itself is more extreme or more complicated or more engaging. But I think with everything else combined into it, like, this one's just more fun overall as an experience for me. So I think that's why this one's so high. It's just all the factors come together, and it just makes this one really cool.
I'm surprised it's in your top 10. I knew it was going to be high. I don't know if I was going to think it was in your top 10.
Yeah, I wasn't...
Is this your first top 10 we've seen?
I think so.
I think so.
I really thought going into it, like when I said, hey, let's do this. Let's make this video and it'll be a thing. And actually, I think you said that. But once we started discussing it, I'm like, okay, I'm pretty sure I know what my top 10 are going to be. Like, I was confident going in. And then as soon as I started looking through the course list and thinking about it, I'm like, no, I'm not confident at all. And it changed a lot. Like, this, I would not have thought going in that this was going to be my top 10. And then the more I compared it to other tracks and just thought about, like, I really just, since this one's come out, we've gotten it a few times. Like, we've played it on purpose a few times because we want to play the pack. And then it's come up in random. I've enjoyed it every time, and it hasn't worn off at all. I'm like, no, I really, really like this one. So it just kind of stayed up there for me.
I'm a little surprised. I thought it was going to be in like your 10 to 20 range.
Mm-hmm.
I knew you liked it. I didn't know you liked it that much.
Yeah. Yeah, this one works for me.
31 is Riverside Park.
There we go. Ooh, I thought you'd have this one a little higher.
I thought so too, because it has everything that I like, but it's kind of...
Like, I know you love the theming, especially, like, the light through the woods in that one area there. Like, the lighting's great.
Yeah, but we don't get it enough for me to really honestly say that I can love it. Because I have to be reminded of what happens in it every time.
Yeah.
Like, the only thing I really remember every time is that there are the walking piranha plant looking things.
Yep.
And I remember there's an oil slick or mud slick somewhere. I know I enjoy playing it every time.
Yeah.
It's like, it's just above middle of the pack for me.
Uh-huh.
I just wish we played more.
Yeah. Yeah, this one, I think this might be another one where, the track is fun. Every time we play through it, we have a good time. Like, we're never like, oh man, this one. Like, it's definitely a fun one that I get excited for. But I think also the theming helped push this one even higher for me. Just because it's just a gorgeous track to go through.
It is.
Like, I remember the first time we got it, we both were just gushing over, like, how good this track looks. Just visually, it's great.
Yes.
So I think that helped keep it a little higher for me.
Right. I just couldn't tell you what the shape of the track is.
Mm-hmm.
I know there's a bridge at one point. I don't know if it was that bridge.
No, you can see on the left edge there of the screenshot, there's another bridge going off.
Is there another bridge? Yeah. Good fun track. I just wish we played, like I said, I just wish we played more. Just middle of the pack so far. I'd have to play more to...
Yeah. All right. Well, let's finish out our 30s.
Hey.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
I wasn't sure where you were going to put this. This is a little lower than I thought you were going to put this.
Yeah. I did go back and forth on this one a little bit. Is this the one you were going to mention earlier when we were talking about DK Mountain and the half pipes?
No.
Oh, okay. Because, yeah, this one, I don't know. There is a lot going on. There's a lot to like in this one. I like the alternate paths in the front with, like, you can go up the train tracks or just follow the go-kart path. And then you come up the mountain here and some tighter roads. There's the big half pipe that I never even bother with because I feel like it's slower. And then you've got, like, the little bunny hills and the big ramp when you're coming down. Like, there's a lot going on. It's a good track. I like the layout. The theming is great. It doesn't stick out quite enough to rank any higher. Like, it's still in the top half. Like, it's above the halfway point for me.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely still a fun one. Like, I enjoy it when we play it. But it wasn't, like, in the super exciting section. But, yeah, no, this is definitely a good one for me.
From the moment that this first loaded up, when I was like, oh my gosh, this is gorgeous.
Yeah.
Just the way that the path looks glowing. And it's just a really solid track to zoom around on. There's a lot you can do. I like that going up the hill and the U-turn coming back. It's like wide enough where you can either just take it tight or you can go up the half pipe and get some boxes. And there's just I don't know. I feel like there's, even though it's the same laps every time, there's options.
Yeah.
I don't want to say that the fact that it's Christmas makes me nostalgic because I don't really care about Christmas. I don't know if I can quite justify why it's in the top 30, but it feels right.
Yeah.
Every time it comes up, I'm excited to play it. There's no point in the track anywhere where I'm like, that shouldn't be there, or I hate that part.
Yeah, it's hard to quantify a lot of these because, like, I don't even know how to verbalize, like, what makes a good track versus a bad track. Like, I don't know what specific thing in the layout is like, oh, I really like this, but I don't like this. Like, I don't know. It's just how it feels overall. Like, it's very... That's why I'm kind of not... I'm a little surprised, but I'm not super surprised that our rankings are different because there's no objective way to say a track is good or bad, aside from Cheeseland. That's garbage. But everything else, like, it's just up to interpretation as to whether or not it feels right or everything works together. But I agree. This is one of the ones where everything really does just work. Like, everything on the track feels like it should be there. The layout is great, driving through it. There's nothing that feels like it's slowing you down or annoying you or is out of place.
Yeah.
So, yeah, definitely a good one.
Yeah.
And now on to our 20s. If only. I actually am really surprised you didn't put this one higher. You usually get really excited for this one.
Back in the day when it was just a 48, I would have said yeah.
Yeah?
But now that we have all the other tracks that we do, like, I love that this is seasonal and it changes. But the actual course itself, the track layout, isn't quite anything special anymore.
Yeah.
There are moments that I enjoy, but then there are a lot of most of the track is just kind of neutral for me. So I think that the fact that it's themed really well and it changes seasonally, it squeaked it into my top half, which is, where it belongs. It's one of the more iconic Mario Kart 8 tracks, I think. So, but it's just, the more we've played it, the more it's just the track configuration itself is just kind of neutral for me.
I will say, I think this is the first we've gotten of, like, the actual, I guess all the Donkey Kong ones. I was going to say of the crossover tracks, but yeah, Donkey Kong's crossover too. But yeah, I liked it for that at first, because this was DLC on the original version of Mario Kart 8.
Right.
The one on the Wii U. And I liked just, like I said, the novelty of adding in just a completely different franchise into Mario Kart. Like, that felt really cool to me. And then the more we played it, the more I'm like, I just actually just like this track. It was a fun track. I like the glider bit where you have to get the balloons. I like that, the coins are replaced with the bells from the game, which is what they call the currency in there. And they changed some of the sound effects to match the game. Like you mentioned, I like the different seasons and how it changes up the track slightly. The amount of water that's flowing will be different depending on the season. And there will be, like, snowmen that you can hit or will get in your way. Fruit will drop in the trees in the spring and it gives you boosts. Like, I like the little changes. Yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff going on with this one that even still, like you said, it's not maybe the most exciting layout, but I still feel like there's a lot going on that just makes this one kind of stand out to me. I think that's why I put it so high, is it just, I don't know, it's still, this is more memorable and stand out than a lot of other tracks for me. So I think that's why it got as high as it did, is because this one, like, if I had to list all the tracks in the game right now without looking at anything,
this would always come up.
This would come to mind a lot quicker than most of the other ones.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So this one just, it stands out. I still enjoy it a whole lot. I still think it's unique and fun, and I love that it is a crossover and just introduced a different game world into Mario Kart. So, yeah, for me, this one's a lot of fun. I get excited for this one still. Ooh, there we go. There's one of my top 10. Wow, you do not like this one.
Sure I do.
Not as much as I do.
I like it. I just don't hate it.
Yeah. For me, this one's a lot of fun. And I know people would assume it's the theming because I love like arcades and video games and all that stuff. But really, pinball was never my deal, so it's not even that. It's just I don't know the track layout when you're going through, like the launcher where the ball's rolling along. I think it's kind of fun. I like a lot of the corners and the hills there. It just feels really good to zoom through there. I love the music. It really stands out. We've both mentioned a million times.
Sounds like Sonic.
It does. It sounds like a Sonic the Hedgehog song from the Sega Genesis. Like it feels really good. The music, and then when you get to the actual table here of the pinball, that's a blast. Trying to go around all the different bumpers and don't get run over by the ball and avoid the flippers, which I have somehow gotten really bad at doing in the last few times we've played. I just got destroyed. But yeah, this one's a lot of fun for me. It all really works together. Like I was glad when this one showed up because this one is a lot of fun.
The first time we played it, I don't know how, but I just demolished you in this. Like I ran through it with zero problems. I hit every curve and corner exactly where I needed to be, and I just finished in first without even trying. And
Yes.
I felt good and I felt great, and I bloated this track up more because of that than I think it should. The more we played it, the more I realized it's gorgeous to look at. If that whole Waluigi backboard was like a Las Vegas casino building, like that would be the most stunning thing on the Las Vegas Strip.
Oh, yeah.
But the more I play it, the more it just kind of starts bugging me with the back and forth twist, and I don't know how to quantify it. It's just every time I play it, it just gets a little bit lower and lower. I don't think it's ever going to get any lower than what it is now for me.
Mm-hmm.
I still like the track. I'm never mad when it comes up. But it's just like, all right, let's just get through it and do it. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. It seems like every time we play it, it just falls a little bit more and more and more. But I think it's maybe.
It's fine. Just drag down on my top 10. I get it.
Like you did to my Toad's Turnpike.
Yeah, well, that's what you get for liking a figure 8. All right, 27. There it is. Okay. I know. I wanted to mention this one when we did Mute City, but I didn't know where it was going to show up, so I won't say anything. Yeah, this is definitely the better of the two F-Zero tracks, which I guess are also crossover tracks. So maybe I'm just not remembering how many there really are. I really like this one. Partially because it's a one-way, and I do love the one-way courses, but also this is another great example of the different sections and like the actual progression that makes a track feel bigger. Because like this has very clear like sections of it that you go through, so the whole time you feel like you're actually making progress and moving on to something new and just doing different stuff in the track, and that I think just makes it really exciting to go through. Yeah, I just think it is. It progresses well. It's really exciting. I like all the different parts of the track. I think work well together, so it's just a lot of fun to go through this one.
Big Blue. I understand what you're saying. I just think it's kind of mid. It doesn't do anything better than other tracks that do the same kind of things. It's fun. I don't think we play it quite enough for me to really appreciate it.
Yeah, this one doesn't come up as much.
It is what it is. It's good. I'm happy. I enjoy it. It belongs right in the middle. You bumped it up the score, which is fine. I don't care.
Yeah.
Whatever. Whatever. It's Big Blue. It is what it is. 26. Shy Guy Falls.
There we go. This we're a lot more even on our ranking. Which is funny because we both ranked it lower than its overall position. Yeah, this one, I'm okay with it being in the 20s too, honestly. It's gorgeous.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if nothing else, the theming alone really sells this one. But I like the idea too of, driving up the waterfall and then back down. I know we have the anti-grav anyway, so it doesn't matter, but I like that they give you all the boosts so you feel like you're kind of shooting yourself up it, and then you just take that corner and just come straight down the falls, and then there's the little ramp and you glide off. This one's a lot of fun. The theming's cool. The layout of the track, even theming aside, is just really fun. You start off going through the woods there with the little huts and everything, and yeah, this one's really cool. I like this one. This is a lot of fun.
Yeah, nothing bad to say about it.
I think as we get this high, we're gonna run out of complaints. Like, there's not gonna be bad things about the tracks.
Yeah, it's just it's a lot of fun. There's just a lot going on. Like you said, the waterfall bit is really awesome. That part when you're going up is cool, but when you're horseshoeing around and you just get that optical vision of all that's below you comes into view, it's like it does that tunnel vision thing in movie where and you're just like, whoa, we're like way up there.
Yeah.
And it's just
Yeah, the theme and the concept
exciting.
of this one really just definitely pushes it up. This is one that I get excited for whenever it comes up. I'm like, oh, good. I'm glad it's this track.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely a good one.
Hey.
Okay. This was one that started off higher in my ranking, and then it just kept getting pushed down by other tracks. But this is one, for the longest time, I feel like we didn't get a lot. And then recently we've been getting it more. But this is... We still don't get it enough, because this, I think, is a really fun one. Like, I know I ranked it a lot lower than you did, but this is still one I definitely would say is fun. Like, I really enjoy this one.
Yeah, Wario's Goldmine is just... It hits all the right notes. I love that big hill right at the beginning there.
Mm-hmm.
All the big sweeping curves, the turns... that you have to take right at the end. You have to take that sharp turn in the corner. I love weaving around the carts.
And trying to avoid the bats.
This one just hits all the right notes. It's beautiful to look at. I don't like the music by itself, but when you add the music in the track, it just blends so perfectly. Always excited when it pops up.
It's funny you mention that, because when I'm at work all day, I listen to video game music. Like, I just have a giant playlist on my computer and just randomly shuffles through. And every once in a while, this song will come up, and like, when it's just a song, I'm like, I don't need this song. And I'll usually like skip it or whatever. But when we do it in the track, it fits so perfect. Like, it just absolutely matches the track.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just all fun, classic Mario Kart done right. I am a little surprised that you have it that low.
Yeah, like I said, it did not start out that low at all, and then just other things kept coming along. I'm like, I think I like this one a little more. Like I said,
it's hard when they're... I mean, I know
it was. The middle was so... Everything outside of the top 10 and the bottom 5 was so hard.
Right.
Yeah. But no, it is. It's a very solid track. It's definitely... It's a fun one. It's a good track for sure. And I'm okay with it being at 25, honestly. This is 24. There we go. Wow. Okay, so you dragged it down.
I did not know this was going to be your number 2.
I
knew it was going to be top 10. I did not think it was going to be your number 2.
Going in, I had no idea this would be anywhere near my top 10. I just... I didn't even think about this when I was thinking about the list at first. And then once I started looking at everything, I'm like, you know what? I love this track so much. Like, the first time we played it, like, I immediately am like, oh my god, I love this track. Like, because it's a Super Nintendo track. It was nothing. And this is exactly how I would want them to upscale Super Nintendo track. This is what I would have loved for Donut Plains 3. Because they added, like, the 3D element. There's jumps, and there's the part where there's, like, the little dividers, and you can ride up on the ridges. And there's, like, the one bit where it's not vertical, but, like, the path just goes up a little, and it's just... I don't know. They've made it so much more fun. And this, to me, is what you keep saying things that just feel like a classic Mario Kart. This is that for me. Like, this just... Everything feels tight and fast-paced, but not, like, hectic or rushed. So it just... I don't know, this is exactly what I want in a Mario Kart track. Like, this is pretty much the perfect track for me. So I really... Like, as soon as this one came out, I loved it. And the more I thought about it, I'm like, no, this is... like, pretty much the best track. Like, this is what I want in Mario Kart.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, I have no complaints at all about this one.
This is leagues better than Grumble Volcano and Bowser's Castle for it. But it's still mid-tier. It's fun to play. It's just a lot of corners, and corners are okay, but in that amount, it's a little overkill for me. I love the 2 thwomps at the end, where instead of them going down and you have to avoid going under them, they actually pop up and you have to avoid hitting them. That's a cool reversal.
Mm-hmm. I love the bit with the ridges, trying to ride up on the ridges.
Yeah, I've tried it twice. Can't do it. just go through them.
I pulled it off once, and I was very proud of myself.
I don't know why I'm always struggling. I always struggle with this one. It's just, it's mid. I'm not happy that it's in the 20s. I feel like it should at least be
In the 10s.
in the 30s. But whatever.
I mean, you're allowed to be wrong.
But whatever.
It's fine.
Still, I still scored a 57. It's still way higher than I still like playing it. I would be sad if it ever couldn't play it again.
Yeah.
I want it to continue existing, and maybe I'll get better, and maybe it'll jump higher. But for now, it's where it is, and I feel comfortable with that.
I think a lot of it is just the pace for me. The pace on this is perfect. Like, it just feels like you're always doing something. Like, even right from the start, there's just the straightaway bits where you can take the different paths because the road branches. And yeah, I don't know. This is what I want on a Mario Kart. It's very fast paced, but not in a bad way. And we've used the word too many times, but this is fun. Like, this really is the epitome of it for me.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah,
that's a surprise to me. I didn't think it was going to be up number 2 for you.
Oh, it's pretty high for a Rainbow Road. This is a good one though. This is the first DLC one we got. I think this is the first Rainbow Road we got as DLC. I remember when it first came out, like, just looking at the thumbnails, we were both kind of another Rainbow Road, and then it turned out to be really fun. Like, yeah, I remember the first time we figured out. The first time we played was the only time where it didn't fall off the track and down onto the planet. So I rode it all the way to the end, and then at the end you ramp down. I'm like, oh, there's a planet down here. Every time we've played since, I fall off pretty much right away. I'm like, oh, you could just do the whole thing on this planet. And then, yeah, I like all the little bits at the end here where you can either glide through and get the boosts, or you can jump off all the ramps and go from platform to platform. Like, I like the variety. I love the look of it. Like, just the shimmery effect. Like, yeah, this one, I did not think I was going to like a Rainbow Road, and then this one came out. I'm like, oh, okay, so Rainbow Roads can be good.
I like the big chunk in the middle, but the beginning and the end are a little lackluster for me.
Mm-hmm.
So that brought it down. It's still, higher part of the mid-tier for me. Whatever. It's a fun track. Like you said, I like going onto the planet.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the beginning is a little too long and sweepy and doesn't do much for me. Kind of feels boring until you get to that point. And then after you get off the planet and back onto the Rainbow Road,
just that little stretch to the end there.
It feels like there's a long ways to do nothing, like you're doing a long straightaway with a long sweeping curve where you don't even have to drift around it. It's fun. I don't hate it. I like it. It's always fun to play when it comes up.
Yeah.
But the more we've played it, and the more that we've played other tracks, it's fallen down to be around mid-tier.
I just get excited for this one. I think this one's a lot of fun. But yeah, I can see what you're saying. Like, yeah, it's not. I'm mostly just remembering the bits that really stick out, like the going over the planet and then falling down to it, and then this little bit right here at the end that we can see. But yeah, I see what you mean. But for me, still, like, this is in the upper bit of like the really exciting section for me. I think this is the one I was thinking of with the stuff in the woods. That you go, yeah, it was. I'm really good at mixing these things up. But yeah, this is a good one too.
This was for us when it was just the original 48.
Mm-hmm.
This one was the one we were like, whenever it came up, we were like, oh
yeah,
like both of us.
Yeah, for sure.
We're like, oh, this is a gorgeous track and it's fun to play. And
yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's really pretty. This is still, even with all the DLC, this is still a very exciting one whenever it pops up.
Yep.
I think this is the first one we've got too where we both had it above a 30. Like, we both agreed this is up at top tier. But yeah, this belongs as high as it is. This is a very good track.
Yep.
It's gorgeous to look at. Like you said, it's a lot of fun. Like, the whole layout, all the turns, everything is just a really good time.
I was thinking originally when we ranked it was going to be in the top 10, but the more I looked at it, I was like, it's still top 20.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Yeah.
Cool. Love the track, but it's
It got bumped down slightly more for me, but it ended up 22 overall, which I think is a very fair place
Perfect.
for it. Like, yeah,
Perfect.
It's a very good track.
just the fact that we couldn't give so many of these tracks ties. Like I would have half the tracks I would have rated as a tie, in the fact that we couldn't.
Yeah.
So
I know that was that's why I wanted to do it that way too. I wanted that challenge of like everything has to be above and below other tracks. You have to make the hard decisions, and there were a lot. I know you went back and forth on your list for a couple weeks, and I was working on mine for at least as long before I even said to you, all right, put yours together. And it just, I don't know, it was really tricky for a lot of these because, especially now in the top bit, there's so many that are great that we play, and we're like, oh, I love this track, I love this track, and it's hard to decide, like, what's better or not better. Especially because, like we said, there's no rule for what makes a track good or bad.
I don't think this track does anything outstanding, but it looks beautiful and it plays wonderfully.
Yeah.
It's just
it
all
just
around.
Works
It's the right fit for everything.
Yeah. It's hard to quantify a lot of these. 21. Oh, okay.
You ruined it.
Oh, wow, yeah. Yeah.
I didn't think it was going to be this low for you.
I figured you'd have this one pretty high. I didn't know if it would be top 10, but it makes sense. This was another one that it started higher and then it just kind of moved. This is another one from the 64, and I remember when we got it back, this was the one you were excited for us to get back. And then playing it, like, I didn't actually remember a lot of this track coming into it. Like, from the 64, I didn't remember most of the layout. But then once we drove it, I instantly got that nostalgia. I'm like, oh, I remember this. And then it was just a lot of fun, like, trying to avoid the little boulders hitting you at the end and going through the cave toward the beginning. This one's good. And then it kind of fell down in my ranking. But it's still, like, this is still a very fun one that I really enjoy playing.
Choco Mountain, what's not to love? It's just a perfect blend of everything. I don't think there's any technically really hard bits in it. Mm-hmm. It's just all good intermediate fun where you can just let loose and just zoom around the course, and we back and forth a lot. And
yes, this is another good one where we're jockeying position the whole time.
Yep, you got those fun jumps at the end. You got a fun cave section. You got good sweeping turns, curves.
The nice little glide right for the boulders.
Honestly, what's not to love? What's not to love? I would have hoped you would have had it ranked higher.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay that it ended up in the high 20s, like 21. It's right there.
Yeah.
I know the only thing I've ever heard you say negative about this track is that the chocolate doesn't look like chocolate.
It looks more like dark clay.
Yeah. Like the chocolate in the Wreck-It Ralph course looks way more like chocolate than this does.
Yeah.
But
it's fine. I still like the look of it.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
I just don't know why they call it Choco.
It's a good look and it's fun to drive on. Like it's a good course.
Mm-hmm.
I'm definitely okay with that being in the 20s. And to round off our 20s, we have there we go. The other good Rainbow Road. Yeah, this...
I thought I was going to place this higher, but the more I really thought about it, I really like it.
I feel a butt coming.
I don't know how to explain it. There's this bit that they show the thumbnails. I don't know if you go around that fun horseshoe, and then the track splits.
Yeah.
That's a little basic for me.
I know they amp that horseshoe up like it's going to be more, and then you just kind of glide up and come back down.
I don't know. I really like this track. I think it's the best Rainbow Road I've ranked.
Yeah, it's
right.
I can't remember, but I think this is the highest I ranked mine too. It's the best one of the 5, overall.
Yeah. It's just when there's so many other choices.
Yeah.
And it's the newest of the booster waves, so I want to play this more, and maybe it'll find a home higher. But again, I would probably have tied this with half a dozen other tracks.
As I was doing the ranking, like
in the upper mid tier,
this got higher than I thought it was going to. I didn't think any of the Rainbow Roads would break my top 30, to be honest. And then the more I just thought about it and like thought of the different layouts and all that, and then really like went through the DLC, I'm like, this Rainbow Road especially, this one's kind of grown on me a lot. Like we got it most recently, so we haven't played it that many times, but all the times I'm like, no, this is fun. There's a lot of nice sections here. There's a lot of cool stuff. I like that when you fall off, you burn up into a comet. I like that if we're playing at a really high speed, or if you have boosts, you can jump over those big gaps in the one section. Yeah, there's a lot of little fun bits here. Like you said, the one horseshoe bit is a little disappointing because you just kind of go up and then come back down. Like they build it up, it should be a little bigger. It should have a little more spectacle. And then you come down. There's the split paths here, but either path feels basically the same, so you don't really have to split it. Like it's the same thing. But no, overall, I think as far as the Rainbow Roads go, I think this is definitely one of the more fun ones.
Yeah,
It
is.
I mean, it's the one we ranked the highest.
We both
but
ranked it the highest, just a
yeah,
little bit
I
differently.
enjoy it the most. It's
Nothing wrong with it. I just want to play
a
it
lot
more.
of fun. Yeah, and I mean it's number 20, so it's pretty high in our ranking too. Like we're talking like it's terrible and we have to reason it, but no, it's really high. So
Yeah.
definitely a good one. I still get excited for it. Ooh, you dragged this right the hell down. Ugh. Okay, well, you ruined it, but yeah, no, this. You can go first because I'm going to talk for a while.
So it's a fun track. There's nothing wrong with it, but it doesn't really stand out. I don't think that there's any one bit that it does better than anything else. It's a fun track to look at. I don't know the Yoshi games or the Yoshi lore, so I don't have that nostalgic connection. It's fun trying to hit that flying question mark to see if you can open up the shortcut. I love the music. I like that it fanfares up into this bandstand thing at the end once you cross the finish line. It's a lot of fun. It's just not the best for me. Nothing wrong with it. It's just just upper mid.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, everything you said is nonsense, but I heard that those were words. No, for me, this is. Oh, I love this so much. I will say a lot of it is probably viewing this track through nostalgia goggles, because Yoshi's Island, the game itself for Super Nintendo, is one of my top 5 favorite video games ever. And like all of the music and sound effects and everything in this is ripped right from that. All the creatures that you see running around are all from there. Even just like looking at the thumbnail, the theming and the scenery, and even the way certain things are arranged. So right off the bat, when I saw that this was going to be a track we were going to have, I'm like, yes, I'm on board. I love this. Oh my god! And then we played it, and it's just, I really, really like it. Like you play through the different zones of the game, it feels like there's, the different, not seasons, but like the different areas, and each one has like different theming, like different ground and effects, and it's like you said, I will agree, it's not the most standout track. Like, the things that happen in the track aren't the most fascinating or the most unique. Like, it doesn't do anything here that isn't done in other tracks as well. But just combined with, like, the music and the atmosphere and playing at my nostalgia and crossing over with Yoshi's Island, like, that just, it sets it a lot higher for me. So I have a whole lot of fun doing it. And then, like you said, trying to hit that question mark is always a hoot, and we rarely ever do. But it's always really fun to try. And then, yeah, that fanfare at the end, which is the stage complete sound from Yoshi's Island, just, even you're finishing the race and you're still excited. So, yeah, I don't know. This one is definitely the top for me. Like, I am never not happy to have this. I am always super excited. This is all of the fun.
Yeah. I'm never mad when it comes up. It's a great track. It's just, I don't have that connection to it.
Yeah. And that's understandable. Like, I can get that, people that don't have the nostalgia and the connection, it wouldn't matter as much. Like, I'm sure most of the crossover tracks are that way. Like, the Animal Crossing one, if you never played Animal Crossing, you don't know what it is, whatever, then it's just another track that sometimes goes through seasons. So it's just, there's definitely a trade-off there when they do those kinds of things. But I feel like here, it's a fun track anyway. I mean, like you said, it's in the upper bit of the 40s, so it still ranks pretty well even without the connection. So, yeah, definitely a good track. I would have liked it to have at least been in the top 10 overall, but I guess I'm okay where it is, because without the nostalgia for it, that's still a pretty decent ranking.
Oh, well, this is pretty close for us.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. What's to say about this one? It's great.
It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. Getting shot out of the cannon, going just shot towards the
Yeah.
volcano. It's just
right toward his face.
just one of those spectacles, and
yeah.
and
then the whole ride down.
you just
yeah.
just a lot of fun. What's not to love? It's simple, but it's
I was gonna say,
effective.
yeah, it's a fairly simple layout. Like it's
You
not
know,
complicated.
Like
but it's
there's always that one crevice on that one inside of the curve where we always run into problems.
Fall into that.
You know, it's technical enough, but it's simple enough where you can just lay back and enjoy it, and it's just good, pure, clean, energetic fun.
This honestly is like what I was saying about the Bowser Castle one. Like this one, it feels kind of fast paced. Like it's somewhat simple, but you just breeze through it at the same time. Like it's just you're doing stuff. You're just going around these corners and back and forth down that mountain, and before you know it, it's over. But it's a blast the whole time you're doing it. Like
Definitely.
It's a fun track. It's a fun layout. It looks great.
Yep.
Like this belonged in the top 20. This is really good for sure.
Yeah, I'm super happy with where it is. DK Mountain's awesome.
Yeah, I'm excited every time this one pops up. That's a good one. 17.
What
There we go.
wins? Oh, wow, you have this lower.
Yeah, I'm glad you ranked
I mean,
it higher and pulled it up because this is a really good track.
I don't think we get it often enough to.
Yeah, I like this one a lot. This is a lot of fun. It changes just enough as you go through because there's like the rolling gear that knocks those things down, so you can then go through the middle. You can ride the walls. This is another one with the shortcut at the end, where if you land at the right time, you can land in a drift and then hit the shortcut.
Yep.
Yeah, this one's a lot of fun. I really enjoyed this one.
Oh yeah.
I wanted it to be higher, and then like other things knocked it down, but at the same time, I'm glad in the end it kind of beat some of them out because I think it fits where it is.
I'm not a corner guy, but this has ones where like every corner is just perfectly done.
Yeah.
And I enjoy hitting every single one of them.
Yeah.
I love the jumps. I love the walls. I love the thwomps. I love the look of it. I love the parachuting towards the end and parachuting, seeing how far you can get. There's boosts over grass you can achieve and little shortcuts off to the side towards the end. What's not to love? It's right where it needs to be in our ranking.
Yeah. This is the right spot for this one overall. This is another just like classic track. Like it just feels good. Like every time you get it, you're like, yeah, no, this is for sure one I want to play.
Mm-hmm.
This one is it feels right every time you do it. This is definitely a good course. Yeah, I'm glad that one's where it is. That's 16. There we go.
Wow, that's our closest yet.
Yeah. Not quite the same. We still haven't got one that was the same dead on.
Nope, this is the first time we've been within 1 point of each other, I think.
I think this is number 4, though, where we've been within 2. So, my prediction might remain true. We'll see.
You didn't say that at first, so...
Well, no, but... yeah, I think this is my highest rated of all the tour, like the city-based ones. Because this is just the one that this sticks out the most. When you said, like, one of the city tracks in Mario Kart, this is where my brain's going to go immediately.
Oh, yeah.
This is the best one.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Gorgeous, fun. Again, it's one of those where it doesn't do anything hard or challenging.
Yeah.
You just let loose, have fun,
Yeah,
enjoy the track. There's a couple different options which way you want to go.
In the last lap, you end up going in reverse. You come the other way through.
Yep. Fun jumps.
Yeah. I like the little glider section right here.
Fun boosts that boosts you into a corner going through the tower. It's just... What's not to love?
Yeah. I mean, it's almost basic. Like, there's not a whole lot to it, but somehow that works. Like, in its favor. Like, this is definitely... I mean, we both ranked it really high, like, well above the other city tracks. So, even though it's not as technically challenging and it's not as involved or as long as those other ones, it just... Yeah, I don't know. Everything it does right, and it just feels like a very good track. So, yeah, I'm definitely okay with where this one ended up. This is a good one. And 15.
Woo!
There we go.
You pulled this one down.
Yeah, I'm not surprised it's in your top 10. Like I said, I know the traffic tracks work for you, and when this one came out especially, I remember you really dug this one.
I remember when we first saw it, and it was a thumbnail of the city in the game. I was like, this is going to be boring. Going to look like every other nighttime city that we've ever seen. And then we played it, and you start going along the coast, and it's just beautiful, and it's fun. It's got all the right...
You can boost up those cliffs.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's got all the right twists and turns and curves, and it's going through all the toll booths and the booths through the city.
All the crazy bomb cars.
The bomb cars are so much fun. What's not to love? It's just good, clean Mario Kart fun. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, we didn't play a lot of the older games, so we didn't really know what to expect going in for some of these. So this was another one, it was a classic that some other people were excited for. We had no idea. And then...
Oh, it's from the Wii, okay.
Yeah. So then when we got into it, we're like, all right, let's, whatever this track is. Like you said, it looked like it was just something in the city. Like, it's the skyline at night or whatever. We didn't really know. And then we played it, and yeah, it was such an unexpected, fun track. Like, I really like right from the beginning, you can, like, I accidentally went off the track going to the corners. I'm like, I'm on the grass. And then I ended up going up this hill. I'm like, oh, you can come up here, and there's more track and a boost. And, like, yeah, there's a lot going on. The bomb cars that I run into way too much, you seem to have no trouble with. There's, like you said, there's the area with all the toll booths, and then you're in, like, the little underpass section there. Like, yeah, it really works. It's a lot of fun. It's really fun to drive on. I don't hit the traffic as much in this as I do in all the other traffic.
Yeah, the traffic is spaced out a little bit better.
So I definitely appreciate that, which is why I think this is also the highest of all the ones that have traffic in them. But yeah, no, this one's a lot of fun. This is definitely a great track.
Yeah.
It's not super surprising to me that it's in your top 10. I would have expected a little lower, but I'm not shocked. And a 15 overall, so there you go. Now 14. There it is. Yep. Yeah, I think this started out lower and then just got bumped up more and more. Like, in the lead up, this was one of the 64 tracks that I kept saying we should get back, that I was excited for. I know you heard me mention this a million times before it came out. And then it did, and I was completely surprised because they changed it up. Before, taking the train tracks used to be like a little shortcut that you could do. And then...
Now it is what you have to do.
Yeah, they changed it up, and this is now a dynamic track where the first lap is on the outside of the mountain, and then the second one you go through the train tracks. And I thought that was really cool. I thought that was a fun upgrade that just makes it even more exciting. I mean, it was a fun track anyway. Like, I always enjoyed it, but just adding that extra route and that extra bit to it, I thought made it really fun. Plus, you still have to dodge the train while you're doing it, so there's that extra little bit of technical challenge now.
There's nothing bad to say about this track. It's a lot of fun. I thought it was going to be a little higher on my list. I thought it was going to be in my 20s, maybe. So I was surprised when it went down to 36. I don't care that they changed it up a little bit from the N64 version.
I love
that. Doesn't bother me.
Honestly.
Yeah, it's a great track. It's just there are more tracks that do things better. I think my only gripe is when you do go through the tunnel, you have to like hug the wall, and you get like you have to go over the bumps of the railroad ties, and to me it feels like when you're in a nightmare and you like get stuck going slow or something. You're just trying to get out of it. Like that one part feels like a chore, but other than that, there's nothing bad to say about the track.
Yeah, this is definitely a good one.
Yeah.
Depending on what the rest are, I'm okay with it being where it is. Obviously, I ranked it higher initially, but we'll see.
Hey,
okay.
There it is.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to have this one higher on your list.
Yeah, I know. This one's always been weird for me, because, I mean, obviously I love Zelda. I actually realized earlier today that my shirt and hoodie and the hat I was wearing until I put my hair up were all Zelda today. But yeah, so as soon as I saw they were doing a crossover Zelda circuit, I'm like, I'm on board, love it, let's go. And the first time I played it, again, absolutely loved it. There's the little puzzle in there, because it's Zelda, there has to be some sort of puzzle, where you have to like hit each of the crystals and you get the secret path to open up, which we never do. But yeah, I liked a lot of the stuff in the track, and I absolutely, of course, love the music. I like that the coins are changed to the rupees, the enemies are changed to enemies from the Zelda world. And then the more we did it, the more the track itself felt less special. Like, obviously, the theming and the music and everything still sticks out, but as far as just the actual, like, the driving on the track, there just wasn't as much, so it didn't stand out as much, so this fell a little lower for me. Like, it's still in my top 20. It's still a great track. I enjoy it every time we play it. I definitely get excited for it, but yeah, it was higher, and then it fell a little bit, because, I don't know, there's not as much in the track that makes it stand out. Like, there's some technically challenging bits, especially at the end when you're going through the woods. But I don't know. It's not as much as I can't even describe why. But I would expect the track to be more, I guess.
I think it's a perfect track. I think when we first started playing, it was a hard track for me to do. There's some good corners after curves, and it's just hard to find that balance in the flow. But the more we play, the better I am at it, and it's just added to my enjoyment of it. I think it would have always stayed around this score for me. I'm not connected to Zelda or Hyrule or Link in any way from nostalgia reasons. I don't play the old Zelda games.
I don't play any Zelda game ever.
I've played the original Zelda on Nintendo. Never really cared for it. I like the music, but that's about it. But yeah, this track is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
What's not to like? It does all the right things.
I mean, that's the thing.
To look at.
Yeah, I'm saying it fell off, but like it's still
the more I play it, the more I enjoy it. But it stayed pretty much consistently where it needs to be in the ranking. I don't know that I would have ever ranked it higher or lower than that. It's different. It's unique. It's fun. It's technical and cool. Good for it.
Yeah. And yeah, like I said, I had it a little higher. Got knocked down a little bit, but I mean, it's still a great track. I still absolutely love it. I don't know. I feel like I'm saying it's bad, and it's not bad. I don't know. I'm happy with where it is. 13 is a good spot. This is a great track. I get excited for it. Obviously, I love the music and the theme. So, yeah, a solid track. That is a great place for it. I'm okay with that being 13. Like I said earlier, I wanted to obfuscate the positions. That's my only complaint about this track.
I love that it's a maze. I love that there's multiple options, even though I never go any of those ways.
Nope, you always go the same way every time.
I always go the same way every time. I know what I got to do, and it's always a lot of fun. Beautiful to look at. A lot of fun to play.
Yeah.
Nothing bad to say about it, except for that map,
Yeah. I did. I liked it a lot better where you didn't have a mini-map and you didn't know what position you were on. You were just driving, and everyone else was driving, and you just hoped you ended up in first.
Yep.
And I felt like, because of, the maze-like quality to it, I felt that really added to the level. Like that. So taking that out of there kind of took away from it. But overall, yeah, it's a whole lot of fun. I like that there's a million different paths to take. And then I like the bit at the end where there's like the big out and back on the trail. Mm-hmm. And then, there's the big Yoshi egg there that's moving around.
It goes from like a solo adventure to bringing everybody together to feeling like a run towards the finish line that amps up the excitement.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then that damn egg rotating. Every once in a while, you think it would be the easiest thing to avoid, but every once in a while, you get squished.
It's so big and it's not fast. You should be able to go around it, but yeah, there are definitely times where it's like, I guess I'm going to hit this.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. What's not to love?
But yeah, no, that's a great track. Very good position for it. I'm definitely on board with that. And then number 11.
Hey!
There we go. Yeah, I did not think this was going to be top 10 for me. And then it just kind of is. I don't know. It's just, the more we played it, the more this one is just really fun. It's got a really fun layout. I like the mechanic of like bouncing off the mushrooms and gliding off the one if you can hit it right. I like the alternate path that we can see here on the thumbnail where I never take it, but you can go to the left and there's the extra boosts and coins and boxes. And yeah, I don't know. There's a lot going on, but it's still kind of short. And overall, it just feels really just like a tight and fun little track.
The inner mountain, the cave bit, that's a blast. Just getting the airtime on those mushrooms, it makes me feel like I'm on a roller coaster. Even though I'm not moving, there's something in my tummy that tickles. It's just a lot of fun. I thought I was going to rank this higher, but when I really came down to look at it, it's outside of jumping on the mushrooms, the track really isn't doing anything.
Yeah.
So it's just it's still,
it's in the upper third for you.
Yeah, it's on the upper third.
The top third. Yeah.
Nothing to complain about. It's just I wish the outside bits did a little bit more.
Yeah.
It always feels real quick.
It is. It does feel like a very quick course. Every time we do it, it's over before you know it.
It's like a curve going into the mountain. You get the jumps inside, and then a curve on the outside, and you're I do the same. I really honestly don't remember how it goes out on the outside, other than those two mushrooms.
This one's kind of like the same as Athens for me. Like, once you start playing it, it's
a lot
right away.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. No complaints, but it's just a blur, and you don't really remember it. So,
but yeah, it's still a blast. I love it every time we play it. I'm always really excited when it comes up. Yep. I mean, it's in my top 10. Yep. So yeah, this is a great one.
Oh yeah,
yeah, that one's good for sure. So, number 10. This is it. We're in our top 10.
I thought you were gonna rank this one higher. Holy crap!
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but I'm glad it ended up in the top 10 anyway. This is always a blast for me. Oh, I love this one. I like the alternate paths feel different, and I love hopping between them too, because there's so many times where they level out and you can just go between. Like, that's a lot of fun. I love the shortcut in this level. I mean, I don't even think it gives you that much of an advantage if you take it, but I love that it's there, and I love taking it. Yeah, I don't even know what to say about this one. It's just a lot of fun. I really enjoyed this one a lot. Which is surprising, because you ranked it higher than I did.
When we first started playing this game, I did not like this track. I couldn't do it. I didn't know how to drift, and it was just hard for me, and I just didn't appreciate it. But now the more we played it, it's just I've fallen in love, and it's just... What are you doing?
No, you can keep talking.
Oh, okay.
I'm just killing with the photo thing.
I don't know how. Maybe it's just because I've gotten better. And, like, I don't even remember appreciating the look of the track back in the day. But now, whenever I see it, I'm like, oh, this is gorgeous. And the way the glacier part breaks off and falls when the track is first starting up. I don't know, it just hits all the right notes. And it's just grown into something I enjoy and love and cherish.
It really is, like... It's one that we don't see as frequently. But every time it comes up, I always get really excited, because it is. It's just, it's a great track. It's a lot of fun. I don't think there's any parts of the layout of it that I disagree with or think should be better. Like, everything flows exactly how you'd want it to. Like, all the corners feel good. And like I said, there's the two paths, but because of how they cross and stuff, like, you can keep jumping back and forth, so it just feels like it's a little different every time. Like, I don't know. I really enjoy that one.
Was that number 11?
That was number 10.
That was number 10? That was a top 10 already?
Yeah.
Holy cow, yeah, it deserves top 10.
Yeah. Yeah, I am definitely okay that it's placed where it is.
Yes.
That's top 10 for me.
There are some that I was like, you ruined Toad's Turnpike for me, so that sucks that you pull it out. But this is...
you dragged down Yoshi's Island and Bowser's Castle for me. So.
Yeah. So I knew we both enjoyed this one, so I was hoping it was going to stick in the top 10, because it deserves it.
Yeah, that's a good place for it. I'm okay that is where that is, for sure.
All right, number 9. Oh, boy. What's it going to be? Oh, wow.
Oh, okay.
Good deal.
I mean, we hadn't seen it yet, so it had to come up. But, yeah, no, this is a solid pick. This one is a lot of fun. I didn't know what this course was going to be going into it. Again, we haven't played any of the other games. We haven't played Tour or any of the Wii or the 3DS or anything. But, yeah, this one's a blast. I love gliding through the garden when you come on the way back and just driving through and weaving between all the topiary on the first wave through. I love the corner you can see here in the thumbnail through the fountain that you can never do. And the chain chomp there that'll break off toward the end and chase after you. Like, yeah, everything about this track is just a lot of fun. This one's really good.
Yep. I remember thinking this was going to be one of the more boring tracks when we first saw it based on the thumbnail. But then it turned out to be just glorious in every way. It's a perfect blend of everything.
Yeah.
I don't think anything is really technically hard. It's just a lot of fun. I like that the last lap is a reversal of the rest of the course. That's not to love. It definitely deserves a top 10 spot for me. I thought you were going to have it lower than you are.
Yeah, I didn't really know where this one was going to go. And then the more I just thought about it and ranked it alongside the others, like, it just... Yeah, it kind of kept creeping up, because it's a really fun track. There's nothing to not enjoy doing this one.
It's weird that neither of us ranked in the top 10, but it's number 9.
Yeah, no, the same for the last one too. ISS Outpost, neither of us had top 10, but I agree with the ranking. Like, it definitely fits, and it's better than all the tracks we saw up until now. So, yeah, I agree. This is a really good one.
Hey,
okay, yeah.
You have this way lower than I thought you were going to. I easily thought this was going to be top 10.
I'm okay that you pulled it up though, because this is another just really solid pick. This is a great course. This is one I feel like where it has that progression that I talked about. Like there's a lot of different sections and there's a lot going on. It's very fast paced. Like you're constantly just moving and doing stuff, and there's just corner after corner and all these technical like turns, and then you drop down into the pipe. And I love that it has the pipe sound when you do it, and just yeah, everything in this one just works. Like there's so much going on, but I love all of it.
It's beautiful. It's like paradise, and the track is a fun challenge. Where I wouldn't say it's technical. I mean, the part where you after you fall down the pipe and into the water, that part with the corners because you can't go up the walls.
Yeah.
That part is hard, but the rest of it is like a fun challenge. Where you're not really relaxed.
I was
you kind of got to fight your way through it because if you do anything wrong, you can slip up and cause yourself.
This is one of the more challenging courses for sure.
It's just a really good blend of fun, adventure, challenge, theming. Like I said, I put it at 9, and it's got 8, and I'm happy with that.
Yeah,
I definitely thought you were going to put it in your top 10. That's probably my biggest shock.
It ended up there anyway, though.
I thought, like, literally, like, it was one of the ones I was back and forth, hemming and hawing whether you're going to have it top 3, actually. So that's a really big surprise.
It is a great track, though. So, like, yeah, in the end, number 8, I definitely feel like is a solid position for it. Like, it is just, it's a lot of fun. Ever since it came out, every time it comes up, we both get like, oh, yeah! Like, it's a very exciting one to come up. It's always a blast to do. You never get over that one drop where you go over and then you fall.
Just that.
Yeah.
Like, the first time you go over that drop, it's like the first time seeing the girl come out of the TBN ring.
Yeah, like that feeling.
Just that, like, all of a sudden is there, and you just want to relive it.
Yeah, it's definitely a great one. I am okay with this being number 8. This is a great one for sure. Definitely the right spot for that.
Ooh, boy.
Oh, yeah. It's funny. Now that this is another one. None of us had in the top 10, but it ended up here, and I think I'm okay with it.
Numbers are weird.
This is another one that's... we're just going to keep... We're a broken record at this point, but this is just a lot of fun. Like, the whole time you're on this track, it's just pleasant. Like, you're just having a good time.
Feels like you're on a journey.
Yeah, like this one feels a little slower, especially right after Koopa Cape, which is very fast-paced and just, there's a lot. This, there's a lot of sections where you're just gliding, so it makes it feel a little slower and a little longer, but there's still just a lot happening. Like, you keep changing the areas, like you're going through the pipe garden, and then you're going up the big mountain, and then once you get up there, you're like gliding through the steam vents, and then you ride through the cave, and there's a lot of different areas and different sections, different things you have to do, and it feels good the whole time. All of them feel right. None of it feels tacked on or, inappropriate. Like, it works together.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a great track.
Oh, yeah. What's not to love? Other than when I lose, that's the only time I don't love it.
Yeah, this is definitely... I don't know what else to say. It's just, I really like this one. This one's really fun.
Yep.
This is another good one for top 10.
Oh yeah.
Like, I'm not upset with any of the ones that are up here yet. They all feel like really solid picks.
I think like I would have flip flop like Sherbert Land there. No, not Sherbert Land. What's the Ice Outpost?
Yeah.
I would have thought that it would have ranked higher. Sherbert. Why do I keep saying Sherbert Land? Ice Outpost. I feel it needs to be higher than this.
We don't get it a lot, so we never say
this still deserves to be top 10.
Yeah.
But I thought
so just swap
Ice Outpost.
Put this in 10, put that at 7. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean this is a solid one. This is still top 10 worthy. Like, I get it. It's a really good track. And that's, I mean, with our numbers, we both weren't that far off from 10 with it anyway. So, yeah, it fits. It's a good track, for sure. Definitely an exciting one. Definitely great.
Number 6. Wario.
There it is.
Wario.
Yeah, I think this actually did start as number 3 for me and then just got bumped down a couple. But you can go first.
So it's really fun. The first bit of it, once you leave the blimp or height, whatever the aircraft that's a little and then it's really once you get into the forest, that's what it really picks up for me. But it really amps up in that last run where you're coming down the mountain. You can see the finish line
yeah.
in the distance, and you're just that
The slaloms,
the,
and the
the
little
race
jump
mode
with the
kicks in, and
boosts.
you're just trying to fly as fast as you can to get down there. That's such an amazing feeling every time. But the rest of it before that is just kind of okay. I shouldn't even say it because it's top 20. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I like the track. I love the track.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it gets me amped up every time.
That's it. I feel like that works exactly how it's supposed to, though. I mean, I ranked it 5. I got a 6, so I was really close anyway. Like, obviously, it's one of my favorite ones. But, like you said, it starts off a little slow, but you're at the top of the mountain. You haven't gotten your momentum yet. You're not near the finish line. And then as you go,
That's true, yeah.
I feel like things get faster, and you're just kind of, it's building. And then, like you said, once you get to the final third, where it's more open, and you can see the finish in the distance, and you're just doing the slaloms, and it's just like, you're right there, and you just get, like, tunnel vision, and you just want to go for it. And it's a lot of open straightaways, too. So that's a lot of where you're getting hit by items and kind of jockeying position, and it's really tense in that last bit. So I feel like the whole thing, again, I love the one-way dynamic tracks where it's just different sections that you're going through. But this one especially, I feel like it just builds the tension more and more as it goes. And then right at the end, when you're just battling for that position, like, it's a blast. I love this one every time we do it. Like, even the times where, I know there was one time where I was in first, and you got me, like, right on that last corner, and then, like, 3 other people passed me. I ended up in, like, 5th or 6th, and I was so mad. But it's still just a blast, because that's an option.
Right.
Like, I don't know. I think everything they do in this one, I feel like is intentional, and it's just perfect for the pacing. Like, it works exactly how it's supposed to. I really, really love this one. Yeah. I'm definitely glad it's 6, because like I said, it's top 5 for me. Like, I enjoy this one a lot. This is a great track.
No complaints from me.
Yeah. Definitely. And now here we go. Top 5.
Woo!
There it is. Oh, I called that one. Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
All right, Moving Mills, you pulled it down a little bit for me, but it's still top 5. That's awesome.
Yeah, I didn't pull it down far. This is... Yeah. I knew you were going to rank it high, because I know you always love doing this one. And honestly, I get it. Like, it's kind of short, and it's kind of simple, but it's a lot of fun. Like, they do a lot with a little. Like, the pacing's good. All the corners feel good. Like, there's some that are kind of wide, and then some that are a little tighter. There's the section where the track's wider, but you have the moles coming through, so there's still obstacles, and then you got the cows walking through. Like, yeah, they do a lot with not much, and make it into just a really fun track.
The way you're talking, it makes it sound like you're talking about a top 10.
I know. I only ranked it as 20, but I'm okay that it ended in 5, because it is just a really, really solid track.
I mean, ditto to what he says. I mean, what can you add to it? It's a simple track, but it just hits all the right spots for me. I can do it. I'm usually in the lead.
Yeah.
Just living life.
I was going to say, you get way in the lead on this one most of the time.
It's another one where the music doesn't, by itself, is dull, but when you add it to the ambience of the track and you're just playing it, it feels right. Just a blast every time, man. You know, you just get that giddy little schoolgirl excitement every time it shows up.
Mm-hmm. Plus, I mean, we grew up in farm country. Like, our first jobs were on the dairy farm. Well, no, first job was the potato farm.
I don't think that really influences it for me.
No?
No. I don't know I don't know why that wouldn't be the case. But it just...
So when you drive around and you smell cow poop, you're like, home.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It just hits all the right notes, even without the nostalgia factor of growing up next to a farm.
Well, it made it top 5, so it's definitely one of the best ones.
Works
Nintendo.
For me. I thought you were going to pull this down further. I thought you were going to pull this like you did the Toad's Turnpike.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to pull it down into the 20s.
The difference is Toad is awful. This is a good track. But
I didn't know you. I didn't know you liked this one as much as you did. I thought this was going to be more mid-tier for you.
I mean, no, I definitely would put this above mid. Like, this is definitely one that, when we get it, I'm still like, okay, cool. Like, I don't do as well as you do. Like, you win more often than not in this one. But it's still a lot of fun. it's a great track. I do like going through it. It's a lot of fun. No complaints at all on this one. So I'm definitely okay with top 5. I knew it was going to be top 3 for you. Like, this was one I was pretty sure of. Toad's Turnpike, I thought maybe, but then I wasn't sure. But, like, this one, I'm like, no, this one's definitely going to be in his top 3. So, yeah, definitely fits. Nintendo, take note, by the way, because this is, if you want to know what to put in the next Mario Kart game, all the stuff that we're saying, just listen.
Kiss it. Keep it simple, stupid.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah.
there it is. I forgot about this one.
Yeah, you know what? I'm somewhat surprised it's as high as it is, but at the same time, I guess not.
I knew what the top 3 were going to be after I saw Moo Moo Meadows where it was. I was like, all right, 1, 2, 3. And I'm like, what the heck is 4 going to be? And I was like, this is I totally forgot Maple Treeway, but I love Maple Treeway.
Yeah, no, the theming is great. The visuals are great. The track is really solid. Like, yeah, this one's great.
Well, it's not to love. It's just all the right blend of all the right pieces in all the right order. It's... God, it just melts my heart every time I see it.
The big glide there going toward the tree.
Oh,
and
yeah.
You break through the leaves.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's just... it just feels... What's the word? Relaxing and engaging and... I don't know, it just feels like home. Like I want to live in that tree.
It is. It's just a very fun, comfortable course. Like it's just right. I don't know. It all works.
Yep.
Everything fits together the way it should.
Yep.
And you always have a good time, even if you lose. It's a good, solid track. It really, really works.
I think it should be top 10. I don't know that it should be top 5.
I mean, the numbers don't lie. That's where it ended up. But yeah, it's like just at a glance, I would put it. Well, obviously, I would put it below 12 other tracks, but I think I'm okay with it being in the top 10. Maybe not 4, but it's okay. If you just take the top 10 as just a standalone list that aren't ranked, top 10. So I'm okay with it. It fits.
Oh, yeah.
But now...
Hang on. Hold on.
Now we're getting into it.
We know what the last 3 are. I know what the last 3 are. I don't know what the order is going to be.
I mean, yeah, we know what 3 tracks haven't come up yet. So, do we want to guess?
Do we want to guess?
Just go.
I think Baby Park's going to be next.
I think Sherbert for 3. You think Baby Park?
I think Baby Park's going to be next.
Okay. So we both agree with what 1 is then. Okay, let's see. 3.
Hey!
Oh,
Baby
okay.
Park.
There you go.
Oh, wow, we had it really close. I thought it was going to be a little higher for you.
I mean, come on. It's absolute unfettered chaos.
It's epic.
It's beautiful. It's 7 laps of just mayhem. You never know. Like, I know it's on the screen, but you don't know what position you're in because you can't take the split second to look even. Like, it's just insanity.
Yeah.
The track is too small for 12 people to be on it at once. And so there's weapons and items everywhere and explosions. And the music is chaotic, and the pace is super fast, and it's hectic, but in a great way. Like, this is, of all the tracks, this is probably the most fun, because I don't know, it forces it on you. It's like, no, you're gonna have fun, because we're just gonna do everything.
It just needs more of it.
Yeah.
We need more laps.
It does. Like,
if this had more laps, it would easily be top 4 or 5.
Like, it has 7, which is definitely more than the 3, but it needs, 20. Like, I could just keep doing this track for a while. It's so crazy.
It's just a simple oval, but it's just...
Yeah.
It's just mind-bogglingly exciting and fun. And
it is. Like, it's insane, but it's so exciting, and you're just, edge of your seat while you're doing it. Like, I'm just going to pass people, and you're probably lapping people half the time. You're not even moving up in position.
When you're playing random tracks and this shows up, you're just like, whoa, here we go.
Yeah.
This is it.
This one, we've never not been overly excited. Like, not just excited. You're like, oh, let's go. Like, you're just hyped. It's so much fun.
Right.
So, yeah, this one's a blast. This makes, honestly, I think our top 3 all make sense.
Yes.
In the top 3.
Yes.
So, yeah. For sure, this one belongs here. This is
This
is right.
If we were allowed to tie things, this would have been in a tie for second or third place with like 10 other tracks.
Yeah. No, this fits where it is.
So
this
I'm
for
fine.
sure.
I'm happy with that.
So we both think Sherbert next.
Absolutely sure we're next.
If it's not, okay.
Hey! I just thought it was higher for
and
you.
you nailed it too. 2 and 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's great. This is the alternate path thing where you can go on the ice or in the water. All the turns, even though there's one that I never seem to do right and end up in the grass, like all the turns are solid. The layout's really good. Everything about this is paced well. Like, this is a great course.
I initially started playing this game not liking this track.
Yeah?
I don't know why. I don't even remember when I started liking it or why. All I remember is I used to hate it, and now I love it. And it's one of those, like, if you had to make a list of, your Mario Kart tracks, this would be one of the first ones I think of.
Yeah.
And it's just gorgeous to look at. It feels... I don't know how to describe it. It's like, other than saying all the words we've been saying the whole time, there's just something about it that just gives me joy and pleasure, and
Yeah.
I don't think it does anything difficultly. It's not a challenging track.
No.
But it's just so perfect.
It's like when you talk about movies and you say, like, oh, the pacing was just right. That's how I feel about this track. Like, every turn leads into the next section in just the right way. Every little, like, straightaway is perfect where it is. When you can split path, it's the right time to do it. And both options feel right. Like, everything about it is just exactly what you want it to be.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, this is perfect for number 2. Like, this is an amazing track.
Oh, yeah.
We're always super psyched for it. We both had it in our top 10. Like, this is absolutely great.
Sherbet.
And then we know what it is, but should I click and make it official?
Da-da-da-da-da-da! Excitement!
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. This was my number 1. It came out as number 1. You had as number 4, so obviously we both ranked it really high. That's just the track. It's perfect.
For you.
I mean, you only had 3 above it, so it's I don't know. It's exactly what I want. It's so much fun. This is another one where the pacing is perfect. Like, you're always just immediately into the next thing. Like, there's always more stuff going on. There are no straightaways where you're not doing stuff. And I like, too, that it's another crossover, and just like the original Excitebike game, where the pieces in the level were interchangeable and could move, in this one they do. Like, the track's not the same every time you do it. The order of the things that you're going to do changes each time. So it's always slightly different when you play through, but it's an absolute blast. I love this track.
Like, I don't get that, like, when this shows up, my blood starts pumping, and I get excited for Excitebike, but it doesn't give me that, like Baby Park does.
Yeah.
But it's still just pure adrenaline the whole way through. It's just an oval, but like you said, the airtime moments and the fact that they change it, and it's just so crazy good fun.
Yeah.
The only thing I got a complaint on is the oil slicks. Those little bastards are
I like, though,
annoying.
too, that, like, it changes your drift, because sometimes they're on the outside, sometimes they're inside, sometimes they're spaced apart. So, like, you really have to be, like, kind of technical on your turns and, like, move your drift halfway through to go out wider or pull it in to avoid them. So, even though they're a pain when you hit them because it kills your corner entirely, like, it's really fun to try and hit that challenge and avoid both sets of them on each corner. Like, yeah, I have zero complaints about this. I love every part of this course. It's my favorite thing.
Oh, it's a hootenanny.
And I hate that you've beaten me on it twice now.
I've beaten you on it 3 times at least.
I remember 2 of those. I think that third one's a lie. But I just, every time this comes up, I am beside myself with excitement. This is just my favorite thing.
What's
it's
not
so good. And now that's our list. So we did them all. It only took, I'm not even going to look, probably
4
900
hours.
hours.
I think it was
Um,
close to 4 hours.
But yeah, no, you know what, as we were going through, there were a lot that were kind of surprised, like ones that each of us would rank higher or lower that we thought, but overall it seems about right. Like, the top 10 are basically what I would have expected them to be.
The only thing I'm mad on is that you drug Toad's Turnpike down so low. That's really, everything else is perfect where it is. I'm mad at you drug Toad's Turnpike down. That's really the only thing.
So did I get your 3? It was Toad.
Toad, Moo Moo.
What did I say the other one was going to be? I don't even remember. I don't remember what I said.
I don't think you said Sherwood Land.
I don't think I did.
Because that was my top 3. Toads was 1, Sherbert Lane is 2, Moo Moo is 3. I think you might have said Baby Park.
Oh, yeah. That's what I said, yeah. So I did not get your 3.
Yeah, that was number 7, 8.
Yeah.
Right for me.
But yeah, no,
There's so many good tracks, and it's so hard to give them all an
That's the
individual
problem.
ranking.
Like we said before, you know.
Doing it like this was the perfect way to do it, and getting that extra boost in numbers where it was necessary. Mario Kart 8 is such a good game. If you've never played it, you're
really
missing
is.
out.
Like, I know we just ranked everything. We had a bunch that were ranked low, but in reality, aside from 2 or 3 at the bottom, every track is good for one reason or another. Like, they're all good. They're all fun. Like, we're not... There's literally maybe 2 that we're upset when they come up, but everything else is like, okay.
My bottom 6, the SNES Rainbow Road, Hideaway, Ninja Hideaway, Cheeseland, Ribbon Road, Wario Stadium, and then the MK Rainbow Road. If those 6 went away, I would be happy.
I think... I don't even know if I have that many. Well, maybe there are. But maybe, I mean, at the most, I'd have 6 that I'd say if I didn't have to play them anymore, that'd be great.
Like, you had Yoshi's Circuit way down there.
Yes,
I liked Yoshi's
I
Circuit.
could lose that one. Cheese Park can go.
SNES Rainbow Road, you had low.
I'd be okay with N64 Rainbow Road going too, honestly. But yeah, like 5 or 6 at most. Everything else is great. Like, it's solid. There's such a good lineup here. Yeah, I don't know. I'm glad we did it the way we did.
Yeah.
To, like, put each other's numbers against each other, just to give us, like, a true idea of what is the ranking between the both of us.
Oh, yeah.
But they're all such good tracks that really, yeah, it's still the best game. I still have no idea what they're going to do for the next one they release to make it comparable. Like,
the only thing they could do to plus it is, like, 500 tracks.
Yeah. If it starts out with all 96 of these, plus some more, then great. Otherwise, I don't understand the point of another game. Like, why would I stop playing this one?
So we never talked about what's your favorite shortcut or alternate path in the game.
Yeah. That's one I think we had to talk about afterward, because I didn't want to talk about before and then give it away. But I was really torn. Because Thwomp Ruins is really fun. If you land just right, you have to be in a drift when you land, and then you can hit it. And that's a lot of fun for me.
That last big corner shortcut?
Yeah. But it has to be Ice Ice Outpost.
That's the one you like?
I really enjoy that one.
Really?
It is not even that much of a shortcut.
Really?
But I don't know. If you hit it just right and you get it, it feels good getting it every time. I really like that one.
Mm. I like activating the sword fountain in Hyrule.
Yeah.
That's probably my favorite.
Which we never hit.
It's hardly ever. So then when you actually get it, it really doesn't make any difference. It's a half a second benefit if you get it.
But if you don't bump right away.
But if you don't get it and you don't expect and you think you're gonna get it and you run into the fountain, you're screwed.
Yeah. That's the truth. That one has the most payoff or reward versus risk.
But then if you want to count it as a shortcut, my favorite shortcut, if you want to count it, is anytime you can just get a boost and go through the grass. Just for a few extra seconds of your time.
Yeah.
I don't know, there's just something so satisfying about being able to cut off.
Because you feel like you're cheating. Because it's not a shortcut.
It's not a shortcut. You just taking advantage of something when you
just feel like you're getting one over on people. But I can just get through
It's very, very satisfying when that happens.
I know we had to, music. Because you mentioned a few times, the music's on track, that it doesn't work outside, but it really works for the track. So what's your favorite overall music.
This one was hard. I was thinking about this question, and I didn't want to give it to you because I don't want to answer it because there's so much good music in this.
Music for me
But the
is,
fact that you sent it back as a question that you want to answer, I was like, okay. So I had to write out a whole big paragraph. So the paragraph
here
is,
we go.
Electrodome is fun, happy, nostalgic, funny Shy Guy noises, and the clapping makes for fun. Toad's Turnpike is perfect fit for the track. Love the arpeggio. Yoshi's Valley, Yoshi Valley, the maze, and when it does the fiddling is just perfect. Toad Circuit sounds like it could be the game's theme because it's got a classic vibe. It works so well. Choco Mountain is the only music I can remember from N64. That song stuck with me all these years, and then to hear it again is just like, oh my gosh, yes, I love it. Yoshi's Island is good, but it really amps up at the end when you cross the finish line. It goes, dun, 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 and it just gets exciting. The main theme is so cool. It just has all the right vibes. It gets you in the mood, and it's just a warm ball of happy goo. But honestly, my favorite, if I had to pick one in the game, would be the main menu.
Yeah?
Yeah, they're just... It's simple. It's effective. It soothes my soul. It gets me in the mood. It just... I understand why they put it as the main menu music, because it doesn't have that epicness that the theme does.
It's not energetic enough to be like a track theme.
But for me, Mario Kart music is that main menu music. It's just... That just works. It works. It just gets into my soul and feeds me.
Yeah. I don't know why I asked this question, because I didn't know how I was going to answer it, and I honestly still don't. Like, I figured it would just come to me, and it still hasn't. Like, I still have no idea. There's so many things, like we mentioned before with Piranha Plant Slide, where when you go into the pipe, you get, like, the underground theme, and, like, Excitebike here pulls in bits of the music from Excitebike. Zelda, obviously, is just a remake of the Zelda theme. Like, there's so many that pull in those little bits. Oh, God, there's so many that I love. Like I said, I listen to music all day, and every time one of the themes from this game comes up, I'm usually like, oh, this is exciting. Like, I love the Baby Park one. Actually kind of sounds like something out of Banjo-Kazooie. It's that really fast, chaotic, energetic kind of music. Waluigi Pinball has, like, the classic, almost 16-bit Sega Genesis sound to it. There's so many that really do it for me. But I think the one that I have to go with is... And now I've even forgot the name of the track, but the one with the airships in it, it's...
Cloud Top Cruiser?
Yes.
There's Airship and the Lightning?
Yeah.
And the turbos?
There's bits of it that
Really?
it's Gusty Gardens from Super Mario Odyssey. And I know I've mentioned that 900 times whenever we get the track. But then even the rest of it just has kind of that... It's energetic, but at the same time you feel like you're just kind of like floaty in the clouds, and it just... I don't know. That music overall just really works for me. It has that energy, but it's still relaxing at the same time. And it's the exact right vibe that I want when I'm playing the game. Like, it just... Out of all the track music... That one hits the best for me. Like, that's just exactly the right energy that I want from the music. So I think, overall, of all of them, I was torn. There was a lot that I'm like, oh, I think it's this, or, oh, well, maybe it's this. But that's the one I think I keep coming back to the most, that just really, it hits me what I want.
Nice. Like, even the beginning of every race, that little ditty is just, even though you hear it every time you start a race, it's just such a good sound.
Yeah.
Just everything about it, you know.
So
what a wonderful game. What a wonderful game.
So we have more of our questions here. Some of these are going to get fun. Like, so where in your list, because I do like this question, when did it get tricky?
Yes. So I think the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think the first 8, maybe 9 were easy. Like, number 10 was Wario's Gold Mine.
Mm-hmm.
number 11 for me was Ice Iced Outpost, and I really wanted them to be higher.
Mm-hmm.
So it was hard for me to rank them that low, even though they're, still 10 and 11. I think that's where it got difficult. I think Toad's Turnpike, Sherbert, and Moo Moo Meadows, easy. I knew Excite Bike was going to be in the top 10, but I really wanted Wario and Ice Ice Outpost to be higher, but I just couldn't quite do it. So that was hard to the top. And to the bottom, I knew my bottom 3 were just garbage. And after that, really just a small section at the top and a very small section at the bottom.
Yeah.
And the rest of it was quite a struggle.
Honestly, I have to say, I was in the same boat. Like, it wasn't even my whole top 10 that I was sold on. It was like 7 or 8 maybe. And I'm like, this is solid. These feel right. Like, I think I'm good. There's a little bit of jockeying to get them there, but then once I had them, I'm like, no, these feel right. Like, this, I think, is correct. And then by the time I got to like 9 or 10, and then everything after that, I'm like, I don't know. Because I think, like, you think when you're ranking them, like, I know it's not a tier list. So we're not doing, like, if it's this far down on the list, it's a different tier. But it's still hard to get in your mind, like, but I love this track. Why is it in the 20s? This should be 7 or 8.
Right.
But there's just, I don't know, it was such a struggle to get everything in order and to realize how far down some of them kept getting bumped. Like you said with Moo Moo Meadows, you loved it, and I was raving about it, but it was like 20 or 30 or whatever it was for me, because there's just so many other tracks that I thought were great too that kept bumping it. And it just, the whole list for that, really, like, the first 7 or 8 were solid, and then the 2 at the bottom, I knew Yoshi and Cheese were going to be the last 2, because they suck, I don't like them. But everything else was a toss-up. Even the 2 Rainbow Roads and the Dragon Driftway, like, I didn't necessarily know what order or where they were going to go, because I wasn't sure.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it was the top 7 or 8 and the bottom 2 were all I was sure about. Everything else was just a struggle with a lot of jockeying. And like I said, last minute, I wanted to flip those 2 Rainbow Roads, because I ranked the Super Nintendo one lower, but the more I thought about it, I would actually put that one above the 64 one, and I would put the 64 one, or not the Mario Kart 8 one, lower. So, yeah, it was trickier. It was a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. I thought we're just going to go and, like, all right, let's just make a list real quick, it'll be a thing. No, that was, like,
we had to do some
several
hard
weeks
soul searching.
Yeah, exactly. I had to go out in the desert on some peyote and commune with my spirit animal, and it was a whole endeavor. Like, I really...
I feel like when other people have ranked Mario Kart, their videos have been 2 hours, and they talk so straight and just big boom, 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 and, like, I feel like they didn't put heart into it. Like, I hope it came across with us how difficult and hard and how much of a chore, but in a loving way, it was to rank something that we hold so dear.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. We play the game a lot. Like, nearly every week, every other week. Like, we get together and play a couple hours of Mario Kart. We have not gotten sick of it
at all in all the years that it's been out.
No. We got it. I got it on the Wii U. And we've played it a ton since then, consistently. And it's never gotten old.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even the old tracks from, like, even the original 24, before the first DLC pack that bumped it to 48, we still play those tracks, and they're still a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah.
It's just, it's a great game. Everything about it is awesome. Like, we
just need more.
Yeah.
I know we just got multiple years of more, but we need more.
I have to say, too, I don't know why Mario Kart is the only one that can really get it right. Like, there's been so many other kart racing games.
You had me play one, I can't remember what it
the
was.
Sonic and Sega All-Stars
It just felt so wrong. The controls, it felt like I was stuck in mud the whole time. Everything was just off.
I don't know what it is, but the driving and the controls and everything is so tight and so responsive and exactly the way it needs to be that just Mario Kart works better than all the other kart racing games. Because there's like the Diddy Kong Racing and the Crash Team Racing, and there's a Nickelodeon one, there's a Lego one, there's a million of them. This one just works better than all of them. It's not because Mario's a bigger or better franchise. It's just because the game is just built better. Like, everything just feels and works exactly how it's supposed to.
Except for Squid Ink.
Yeah.
Screw that bastard.
Yeah, we turned that off. Because that's awful.
And here's another thing. We used to play just battle between, or not battle, but versus between just the two of us.
Mhm.
And then all of a sudden we found out that having teams was
great.
just great. We tried it back in the day and we hated it. And all of a sudden something in our brains just switched and
Yeah,
now-
it makes it
and
so
now
much more
it's the
competitive
way.
now. 'Cause
Now it's the way.
Your teammates can drag you up or down
Yeah,
and
yeah,
keep
yeah.
us in the running against each
Yeah,
other.
it's just, I mean, that alone is just an additive to the game that elevates it.
Yeah.
You know, it's,
And if we ever got block fort, I mean,
oh my god, if we
then
got
battle
block for it,
modes would become our new favorite thing.
that was the answer to a question that you gave me.
Oh yeah, if you could add any track to the game, I was thinking like racetrack. Like if you could have any like new track to race on,
I
like
don't
whatever theme you want, or tie it into another game, whatever. Just
Oh, I don't know that I could come up with something like that. I mean, we've already got so much. How do you add to what's there? If I was on the creative team, I would be fired in the first week. I'd be like, I've got no good ideas. The game's already so good. Like the only thing I could think of was adding more laps to Baby Park and adding Block Fort.
it
to
does. It needs block fort so badly. Like it's the best battle map of not just Mario Kart, but of any game ever that has any kind of multiplayer maps in it. It should have block fort.
Right.
Like Call of Duty should have block fort. Just Tic-Tac-Toe should have block fort. Everything should have block fort. If it's multiplayer, block fort.
Like, I think the only thing I could think of to bump up tracks would be to like have other tracks in the background. Like Choco Mountain is there,
Oh yeah,
and in the
like, just
distance you
expand
see
the draw
Calamari
distance.
Desert.
Yeah.
Or like if it was like mini golf, where you finish one course and you walk to the next one, like you could drive your
And just
car
transition over
to the next
Yeah.
one, or I don't know. That's the only thing I could think of.
Yeah. For me, I've always thought about like what else they could do in the game. Like they could do another crossover with like Pokemon and add, a couple of them as racers. And because there's some areas in that game, like there's the one woods in the beginning where you catch a lot of the bug Pokemon. You don't know any of this, but it's fine. And I thought it would be really fun to have like a track through these woods, and then right after it, there's this mountain you go into. So you start in the woods, and you go through this dark area, and then you make it a dynamic track where at the end you're trying to get back out, and one of the bigger Pokemon is like chasing you and wrecking things or whatever. So the track's changing as it's wreaking havoc, and like there's a lot of fun they could do there to really tie that in and make it an exciting track. And then also because like they like to tie it into the Mario games and have these little callbacks to different things, like with Piranha Plant Slide going in the sewers and the flying airships from Mario 3 and a Cloud Top Cruise there. Like, I just thought it'd be great if they did Mario Brothers 3 had 8 worlds in it, and each of them had a completely different theme to the world. So, like, all the tiles were different, the music was different, even the color schemes were different. So I always thought it'd be great if they did a set of tracks, because there's 8 in a cup. If the whole cup, each track was basically themed around like a different world from Super Mario 3. Because there's one where you're in a desert. There's one where you're underwater in most of the levels. The one where all the enemies are giants. There's one that's a big pipe maze, which could be a great track because it could have it could be like Yoshi Valley where there's mazes through different pipes that bring you to different sections. And there's a lot of stuff like that I think they could do. They could explore more if they go into it. But as far as original themes, I have no idea. They've done so many things. Like, there's one in a bathroom. There's one in a clock. There's a bunch that go through cities. Like, I don't know. It could be anything. Like,
Right?
If they can make riding on a bidet work, like, I feel like they could do basically anything.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. And then the last talking point question thing that we had is, what was the biggest surprise? Like, in our ranking. Like, what one were you shocked by the most? Look in my ranking, not in your own.
For
But I
you,
guess maybe in your own, too.
well, I was surprised that I had Yoshi Circuit so high. I didn't realize how much I was growing to like it. And Waluigi Pinball fell pretty low.
I don't think anyone could like that track. It's awful.
For you, I'd have to go back and look. I didn't take good notes. There was, I can't remember which ones you put low, but I remember saying a couple times, "Dang, I thought you were gonna put that higher." Like Ice Ice Outpost.
Yeah.
I thought that was gonna be higher for you. There was one. I can't remember which one it was. I have to go back through all the individual pictures. There's one you put like pretty darn low, like in the 60s, that I thought you were gonna have higher. I think. Rewind the tape. I need to replay that.
Yeah, I think the biggest for me, well, for my own surprises, was, I don't know, half the damn thing. I never knew where any track was going to go. Like, every time, I thought I knew going in, like, where stuff was going to be, and then the more I thought about each track and how much I liked it in comparison to other tracks, it just, they kept moving around to places I didn't expect them to. Like, there was a bunch that I had in the 10s or even 20s that I thought would have been top 10. And then, like Bowser's Castle 3. Like, I knew I loved that track. From the first time I played it, like, this is exciting, this is fun, I love this. I didn't think it was going to be top 3, and then
That's true, yeah, you did put that high.
I looked at all the other tracks, and I'm just, like, trying to think through, like, okay, if I were playing this again, like, how much fun am I having, what am I thinking when I'm doing this, and it kept moving up, because it was just really that much fun and that exciting. And as far as yours, Yoshi Circuit was actually one of them. Like, how is this not low? Like, we always hate this course.
Your number brought it down. I hope I was thinking we could get away with me creeping it higher in the list, and I was like, in my head, I was like, I wonder where he's thinking Yoshi's is going to be.
I was kind of surprised Ninja Hideaway was last for you. Like,
second to last.
Or second to last. Like, I knew you didn't like that one, but I didn't realize it was that low. Like, I thought that was more of like it's fine as a course, but I don't need to play it. But, yeah, that one was really low. I was kind of surprised for that. Because that dragged it, like, we saw that way earlier than I thought we were going to. I'm like, oh, okay, so this one's way down here.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Crazy.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane.
Overall, I think top 10 wasn't too surprising. I feel like it's kind of what I would have expected. Like, if I had just on a whim, like, I probably would have got most of those in there.
I knew Excite Bike
I
was
would have changed the order, I think, for some
I thought my ranking Excite Bike a little bit lower was going to pull it down to like second or third place.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm no math genius, so I don't know how that all works. So,
yeah, it was interesting to see how the combination of our numbers move things around, but it still felt just about right at the end. Look at
it really just hurt the Toad's Turnpike is low.
Yeah.
I'm never going to get over that.
Well, friendship over then. We're done. Sorry, it's been great. We'll see y'all later. No more. But yeah, I guess from here, that's really it. I think we've talked about pretty much everything there is to talk about with Mario Kart 8. I mean, we can't talk about the battle maps because there's barely a reason to play those, honestly. I mean, It's fine. They improved it from what was there to start before they had the multiple modes and you were just literally battling on racetracks. That was the dumbest thing in the world. So it's an improvement, but it's not... No one cares. You played a race. So, yeah. Until we get a new game, I don't know. I think that's it for Mario Kart.
I mean, the only thing we could do is like rank the cups. We haven't done that yet. You got time? What are you guys doing where you are now?
Yeah.
Give us an hour and we'll be back and we're going to rank all the cups.
You have to watch us in real time, though. We're just going to sit here and work on it. Well, if I get really desperate for content, that's what we'll do next. But otherwise, I don't know. Stay tuned. I still have a Polymega video that's coming and going to take 900 years to film and edit. Not that this 5-hour monstrosity isn't going to take just as long.
I don't even think you need to edit it. Just stitch two pieces together and baby.
Yeah, I still got to put game footage in there.
Oh well, yeah, but I don't think you need to cut anything out, do you?
Well, this conversation we're having right now, I'm going to cut out.
Well, sure, but like everything in the middle, I don't know.
Which is now meta because no one knows that we're doing.
There
this.
is like.
Sorry, it's been great. We'll see y'all later. No more. But yeah, no, I think this will be a 4-hour long, mostly unabridged video.
I think it was 4.5 hours. We are at 1:59 right now.
Yeah.
And I think the last one was 2:20 something.
Yeah, so you're welcome, everyone. I'm glad if you watched all of this. I'm glad you wasted your entire afternoon, evening, half your work shift, whatever it was.
What I'm really hoping is that we can go for the longest Mario Kart 8 video put out on YouTube's.
We probably got that.
That would be cool to have. We appreciate every 3 of you that are watching this over the next 10 years that it's out.
I was going to say, you're shooting really high if you think 3 people are watching this video.
I'm going to be one of them.
3 from the start would be surprising. But no, if you are watching, appreciate it. Thank you. If you have comments to any of our rankings, or I don't like begging for comments. You know how YouTube works. Say stuff if you want to say stuff. We'll both probably comment on it because we have no lives and like to engage on Mario Kart. So if you want to say shit to us, go ahead and we'll say stuff back to you. It'll be fun, like a conversation, like we're friends. Otherwise, stay tuned for other videos. Maybe I'll make you play more games you've never played, or
I was surprised that Skyrim is a part of my life now.
yeah, I guess a little follow up to that. Because why not? Let's just make this longer. So you play Skyrim now, like that's a thing in
That's
your
a
life.
thing. I paid good money, $10 whole for
The game and
a
all the
50-year-old
DLC.
video game, and I enjoy it very much.
Yeah,
So thank you for
yeah.
bumping me up to
I-
a whole new bracket of crap that I have to buy now.
I have to engage you in all sorts of other games and genres, and because Sonic 2 did not work, Skyrim did.
I
We'll see where we go from here.
I didn't think it was gonna impact me the way it did. So what I'm about to say is, I don't think there could be another game that you could get me to play that I'll fall in love with.
You know, I have 4,000 of them in this room, so I don't know about that claim. That might not hold water.
I know, but like thinking of just I don't know.
You don't know what you
I
don't know.
I
That's
don't
the
know.
thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
So yeah, we'll see. We'll be back. I mean, I'll be back definitely. I have other videos I'm gonna make, and then once I have the Polymega, playing and reviewing old games can be a cakewalk. 'Cause
I really
can
want to
record
get out the
everything
old
on one
N64
console.
Mario Kart.
That's one of the things that when I get the Polymega, I'm gonna do because it plays pretty much everything from every retro console all on one unit, which makes my life as a recorder and editor so much easier. So yeah, when we have that, I will be posting a lot more videos regularly. I will make him play some more stuff semi-regularly. So yeah, we'll see y'all in the future in other videos, unless you comment, and then we'll see you in the comments when we reply to them. And now we should stop talking because it's been so much. It's dark outside now, and it wasn't when we started.
2 birthdays have gone by. I forgot to
Yeah.
file my taxes halfway through this video.
So yeah, we'll see you later. Bye.